They have tried to hide their billionaire tax giveaways. If Republicans won't be straight with the American people about their agenda, Democrats are glad to do it for them. Today, Senate Democrats will come to the floor to put the Republican agenda on trial before the court of public opinion, as I said before. So we continue today. First, by exposing Republicans' morally bankrupt tax breaks for billionaires. Then, Donald Trump's dumb, costly tariffs. We'll proceed to then talk about the need to stand up for our veterans and national security, that Donald Trump has made even the more conservative Republican veterans organizations angry. We will then talk about the unprecedented corruption and self-dealing that Donald Trump has unleashed in our government. He and Musk seem to want to make themselves richer using their government position and their families as well to gain even more wealth. And finally, on the existential fight to protect Social Security from the chainsaw of Elon Musk. We'll speak on all of these issues as the day goes on. Democrats will expose the dark corners of the Republican plan. We will explain the devastating consequences and highlight the many injustices the Republicans will inflict that are at stake. The health care that protects our kids is in danger. The benefits that keep our seniors whole are at risk. The investments that unlock America's future are hanging by a thread, and Republicans are about to cut it. Why? Why do they do all this? What's the purpose of all this nastiness? It cannot be said enough. Republicans are trying to give the ultra-rich another tax break. Another tax break. They got plenty of money. Taking away someone's Social Security, cutting their Medicaid, telling veterans they don't get health care, all to give tax cuts for the wealthy. What an awful scheme. Why are they doing this? Frankly, they're in a billionaire's bubble. It's a small group of billionaires that run the whole Republican Party. A lot of them have been plotting to do this for over a decade with their think tanks and their right-wing media voices, and they're taking over other media and social media. But they've been trying to do it for a long time, these super rich, super greedy billionaires. And with Donald Trump, they've succeeded. These billionaires are running the show, plain and simple. These billionaires who don't have any understanding of what the average family goes through when they sit at the dinner table and say, how are we going to buy the new car? How are we going to go on that little vacation to visit grandma? How are we going to give our kids the best school supplies and education they need? They have no understanding of this. Exemplified when Howard Lutnick, another one of these billionaires, when told his mother might not get his mother-in-law might not get another Social Security payment, he said, she doesn't need it. Well, of course, if your son-in-law is a billionaire, Mr. Lutnick, yeah, it's easy. What about everybody else? They don't even, this billionaire's bubble is so limited. They only talk to each other. They don't even think of the harm they're doing to average people, or they don't want to know about it. So they listen to one another and refuse to understand working people, and that is sickening. When Democrats expose all these cuts to health care and veterans and nutrition, the American people will think it's sickening too. That is the fight we Democrats will have on the Senate floor. Today, tonight, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. Democrats will fight every which way against this vicious attack on American families where billionaires win and families lose. You cruelly flay and defeat for you and your agenda. Yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from Oregon.
I ask unanimous consent to grant floor privileges to my interns for their shadow days on the following dates: Michael O'Rourke on April 8th, 2025, G. Reichel on April 9th, Laney Chi on April 10th, Langston Fan on April 29th, and Kaylee Lawson on May 1st.
Without objection.
And Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to use a visual aid.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Families lose, billionaires win. That's the Republican plan. Republican plan slashes $2 trillion from the programs families depend on to thrive in order to give more tax giveaways to the very richest Americans. Families lose $2 trillion in core programs slashed to deliver another $2 trillion to the richest Americans. That's a terrible plan. How about families thrive? How about billionaires pay their fair share? Now there's a good plan we ought to be all able to get behind. But there's even more that's wrong with this Republican plan. We found out yesterday a new estimate of the cost of their plan in new debt over the next 10 years, $7 trillion. That's trillion with a T. $1 trillion. Unpaid for tax cuts, with most of it going to the richest Americans. But there's even more bad news, because they want to extend that deficit debt-creating machine into the future, and CBO tells us that that will cost $37 trillion at a minimum in new debt. $37 trillion. Well, that's awfully hard to get your hands around. $37 trillion in new debt. But there's even more bad news. They want to tell the American public their plan produces no new debt. They have this new version of the world in which they simply wave away the debt and say, pretend it didn't exist. It's called magic math. And it works like this. You sign a lease for a house. You're going to rent a house for a year, costs $2,000 a month. It costs $24,000 a year. And at the end of the lease, you decide to renew it, but you tell your spouse, hey, honey, it doesn't cost an additional dime. Well, that's what my Republican colleagues are doing. They are establishing not just new tax giveaways, but they are extending, creating law that renews the lease on old giveaways, which will cost that additional $37 trillion. And then saying, don't worry, honey, it won't cost a dime. Are the American people so out of touch that they can't detect the lie in that? I don't think so. And are my Republican colleagues so out of touch that they really want to try to deceive the American people in this manner? I don't think so. So colleagues across the aisle, let's have integrity in what this plan will do, and at least be honest about what we tell the American people. American people don't want the smoke and mirrors. They don't want the magic math gimmick. They want honesty about what this bill will do and what it will cost. Billionaires, they can take care of themselves. Just what they earn on their existing investments is enough to float a family on a yacht for the rest of eternity. Why are we doing a bill that takes away from core healthcare, housing, and education programs for families to add more wealth to the billionaires? With this one bill alone, Republicans are giving $22 trillion to the wealthiest 10% of Americans, while the bottom 10% get enough to buy a cup of coffee. Here's a cup of coffee. Well, no coffee in it. But think of this as a cup of coffee. Now, does the Republican plan for that bottom 40%, does it pay for a cup of coffee a day? No. A cup of coffee a week? No. A cup of coffee a month? No. You get 1 cup of coffee for the entire year, $6. That's the estimate of what the bottom 40% get with the Republican plan. 1 cup of coffee for the entire year. So to the 40% of Americans who are striving to get on their feet, this is what the Republican proposal is for you, while they're giving the top 0.1% over $300,000 a year a person. They're giving you 1 cup of coffee. Don't drink it all in one place. Take a little sip each day of the year, because that's all you get. Our plan is different. Democrats are fighting for families. We're fighting for health care, for Medicaid. We're fighting for health care because it is a foundation on which families thrive. We're fighting for education because it's a foundation on which families thrive. We're fighting for housing, affordable housing, because it's a foundation for families to thrive. That's the plan. Families thrive, and billionaires pay their fair share in taxes. How did we get to this point? Let's turn the clock back to 1974. Let's go through a little time machine back to 1974. At that point, Democrats and Republicans came together and established a new budget process called the Budget Impoundment Control Act, because they were so concerned about deficits and concerned about President Nixon impounding funds. So they said we have to rectify these soaring deficits. And so they said 3 things, 3 pillars. Well, first we'll create a fast track, a filibuster-free pathway to reduce deficits. And even Robert Byrd of West Virginia, the national defender of the filibuster, agreed. All 100 senators voted for this bill. One purpose, decrease deficits. And that plan had these 3 pillars. First, deficit reduction in the first 10 years. That was the core goal. Second of all, no increase, no provision can create an increase in a deficit in any given year after the first 10 years. And third, we're going to use honest numbers. No more smoke and mirrors, no more gimmicks, no more trying to deceive the public, saying we have a responsible plan when it's creating massive additional debt. Well, that plan, that 1974 plan, that worked for 22 years. And then along comes 1996. And in 1996, my Republican colleagues wanted to do a tax plan that involved huge giveaways to the wealthiest Americans. And they said, but we can't get 60 votes, we need Democratic help, we can't get that to the floor. And they said, okay, let's do a nuclear option. Let's reinterpret that first pillar, must reduce deficits in the first 10 years, and say it can increase deficits. This very chamber, right here, it happened. The former Republican leader, Robert Dole, appointed his staff member, Robert Dove, to be parliamentarian, and they reversed the plain language of the law in order to blow up deficits with tax giveaways to the wealthy. Now, it turned out this year, they didn't end up using that nuclear provision because they struck a different deal with President Clinton. But they did use it in 2001 and 2003. They did use it in 2017, all for massive tax cuts, the majority going to the richest Americans. So this plan, this Republican plan, it isn't new. This plan has been the core strategy since 1996. Run up debt and give massive amounts of money to the richest Americans. It is very disturbing to me, very disturbing to every American who sees that all we're doing under the Republican vision is increasing wealth inequality, undermining the programs for families to stand on, to thrive, and proceeding to enrich the richest people in our nation. You know, back in 1974, when Democrats and Republicans together crafted this plan, the debt to GDP ratio was 23%. Today, it's 100%. Our national debt is equal or slightly above our national gross domestic product. In 1974, the annual deficit was $6 billion. Today, it's about $2 trillion. In 1974, the total national debt was $475 billion. Seemed like a lot at the time. Now it's 37, or just shy of $37 trillion. But while running on fiscal responsibility since 1996, the Republican Party has been the party of fiscal irresponsibility, changing the Senate rules to run up deficits and debt, giving away the Treasury to the richest Americans, and imposing that massive debt on the families in the future. It's hard to get your hands around what their $37 trillion debt plan means, but think about it like this. Since Independence Day, July 4th, 1776, we've run up less than 37 trillion in debt, and they want to add 37 trillion or more in debt with this single bill. Wow, that's something. You know, candidate Trump said he'd be a champion for families, but President Trump is a champion for billionaires. This is the great betrayal. In February, Democrats voted for amendment after amendment to help families, and my colleagues across the aisle voted almost in every case unanimously against those amendments to help families. Democrats voted for an amendment to make sure Medicaid was protected. Republicans voted against it. Democrats voted for an amendment to lower the cost of groceries. Republicans voted against it. Democrats voted to lower the cost of housing, and Republicans voted against it. Democrats voted to lower the cost of prescription drugs. Republicans voted against it. Democrats voted to lower the cost of health insurance. Republicans voted against it. Democrats put forward amendments for families to thrive and for the rich to pay their fair share of taxes. And Republicans voted against it because that's not their plan. Hasn't been their plan since 1996. Their plan has been families lose and billionaires win. If this budget proposal, this vision for the reconciliation bill that will be, so the weather was so cold. Well, who did we have? We had Mark Zuckerberg standing behind the president, billionaire Meta, who owns Facebook, who gave $1 million to Trump's inauguration fund. We had Jeff Bezos, billionaire of Amazon, who gave $1 million to Trump's inauguration fund. We had Sundar Pichai, the billionaire of Alphabet, which owns Google, who gave $1 million to Trump's inauguration fund. Billionaires lined up behind him, but not just those three, also the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, the billionaire owner of Tesla and SpaceX and Starlink, and now, infamously, the name behind Doge, who spent more than $250 million to elect Trump and my Republican colleagues. And those are just the contributions we know about. We don't know about all the dark money they may have spent. Slashing programs families rely on to give trillions of dollars to the richest Americans. That's the Republican plan. Billionaires who don't care if we slash Medicaid, they don't care if grocery prices go up, they don't care about the cost of housing or prescription drug prices or health insurance, because they're billionaires. What costs to us a month's salary, for them is a 1-second blip in their financial landscape. You know, Donald Trump said about the 25% tariffs on car, I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less if automakers raise their prices. Well, you know who does care? American families. American families care because a car is a significant part of their budget, and they do care about the health insurance, they care about the groceries, they care about the rent, or the interest rate that drives their mortgage. You know, there aren't so many billionaires in America. What is the point to help a very small group of the richest get even richer? Well, that's a longer story about how money pollutes our political process. But here on the floor, where we can argue the pros and cons of policies, let's at least use honest numbers, not replace the CBO numbers with some fake numbers, not use magic math. We are here, Democrats on the floor, to expose this fraud. We are here to stop this fraud. We are here to fight for America's families. We are here to stop this budget resolution and the subsequent reconciliation bill in which families lose and billionaires win, because we want families to thrive and billionaires to pay their fair share. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to say thank you to the senator from Oregon. I am grateful for your leadership in making sure that America understands exactly what the Republicans are up to and how they've just got one central mission, and that is cut services for everybody else, cut all the things that ordinary folks depend on so that they can deliver tax cuts for a handful of billionaires. It is obscene, and I appreciate how you pointed out. I am here because co-presidents Donald Trump and Elon Musk are taking a chainsaw to our federal government, hurting families in Massachusetts and all across the country. You know, it's almost like they drew up a list of every program that families rely on, everything that's valuable to families, and then went through the list and said, let's cut that, let's cut that, let's cut that. And why? To pay for tax cuts for billionaires. Thanks to Donald Trump and Elon Musk, Grandma will have to drive hours if she has a problem with her Social Security check and needs someone to help her straighten it out. Why? Because Trump and Musk are closing the Social Security office in her neighborhood. And while they're at it, make it even harder by shutting down the phone lines. Thanks to Trump and Musk, the after-school program that gives kids a safe place to be after classes are over and before mom and dad get home from work, they want to cut those programs. Same with the aides that sit in classrooms with kids who need a little extra help learning how to read. Thanks to Trump and Musk, critical medical research came to a screeching halt. Research that could help save lives and find cures for awful diseases. Musk and Trump say that these cuts are about efficiency. That is a lie. Let's be clear. Trump and Musk are creating this sandstorm of chaos while they make these cuts because they want to distract us from what is really going on. They want to grease the skids for giant tax giveaways for their billionaire buddies and pay for it on the backs of working people. And now, today, Republicans in Congress are putting forward a proposal to deliver these tax cuts for the wealthy and well-connected, and they are asking us to vote on it tonight. This bill and Trump and Musk's cruel agenda isn't good for Massachusetts. It isn't good for our country. I'm hearing from families at home in Massachusetts who are feeling the pain right now. Start with medical research. Medical research powers our economy in Massachusetts, and it is the reason that we have had incredible breakthroughs like vaccines and cancer drugs that save lives. So how did Donald Trump and Elon Musk thank the doctors and the researchers who are doing this work? By canceling tens of millions of dollars in federal funds that support medical research at Massachusetts hospitals, universities, and healthcare providers on everything from clinical trials to pandemic readiness. And they did it just weeks after Trump tried to cut the funding that keeps the lights on at our community health centers. So to anyone who believes in science and believes in investing in cures for horrible diseases, now is the time to fight back. And that's why I'm filing amendments to the Republican bill to keep federal support for Massachusetts medical research institutions and healthcare providers, including our community health centers. And it's why I'm filing another amendment to fight back against Trump and Musk's National Institute of Health funding cuts, because we are a country that believes that we should invest in finding a cure for Alzheimer's, for diabetes, for cancer, and for other diseases. And on education, education levels the playing field. It gives every kid a fighting chance. Doesn't matter to Trump and Musk, just this week, they slashed millions of dollars in funding for K-12 education in our Commonwealth, shut down a regional office in Boston that helps administer Head Start, canceled millions of dollars in funding that was helping pay for kids' school lunches. To them, that was the cherry on top of Trump's executive order to, quote, abolish the entire Department of Education, throwing schools all across this country into chaos. So, to students, to parents, to teachers, now is the time to fight back. We are fighting for an America where it's not just the kids of billionaires who get a good education, but every kid in every community all across our Commonwealth. It's why I've got an amendment to the Republican bill to protect education funding in Massachusetts and to protect services like Head Start that lift up our kids and make sure that we are not leaving families hanging out to dry. And I'm fighting for our workers. Last week, Donald Trump signed an illegal executive order attacking federal unions and stripping workers of their rights. It is the definition of union busting, and it is an attack on the workers who make sure that our food is safe to eat, who make sure that it is safe for us to fly in airplanes, who make sure that we take care of our veterans, who try to help us and protect us from viruses and diseases and so much more. So to workers in Massachusetts and all across America, now is the time to fight back. We need to amend this Republican tax cut bill to affirm federal workers' right to unionize and to collectively bargain, because the labor movement is bigger than Donald Trump and his unelected billionaire co-president. And we believe that every worker deserves the freedom to join a union and to negotiate for a fair contract. Donald Trump and Elon Musk are sawing through the programs that help working families breathe a little easier every day. And they're doing it so that their billionaire buddies and giant corporations get trillions of dollars in tax giveaways paid for on the backs of everyone else. So here's the big question. Are we going to hand our country over to co-presidents Donald Trump and Elon Musk and a handful of other billionaires and make everyone else pay for it? Or are we going to be a country that says, no, we want to make these investments so that everyone in this country gets an opportunity? Everybody's at least got a chance to build something for themselves. That is the fight in front of us, and that is the fight I am fighting every single day for people in Massachusetts and all across this country. Our public schools are the foundation of our future, but Donald Trump and Elon Musk are trying to end public education as we know it. Trump fired 1 out of every 2 federal education workers. And then the next day, the application for federal financial aid for millions of students went down. Then he signed an executive order to abolish the Department of Education. So he fires the workers at the Department of Education, The federal financial aid for millions of students goes down, and then he just tries to end the entire Department of Education. States are already ringing the alarm bell that funding for little kids' school lunches is at risk. Kids with disabilities could lose their classroom aid. High schoolers who are already panicked enough about college are now even less sure about what their future looks like. My very first job was as a public school teacher for kids with special needs. I've seen with my own eyes what the Department of Education does for families. So this week, I launched a campaign to save our schools and to bring everyone into the fight for our public schools. One of the best ways to fight back on behalf of our schools is to share stories about what matters to us in this country. We know the power of telling stories and the power of organizing people and bringing them into this fight. So I asked people all across this country to share a story about a public school teacher who made a real difference in their lives. In the first 24 hours after I put out that call, we got a flood of messages from people in communities all across this country who just wanted a chance to tell a story about a teacher who made a difference in their lives. So I want to read some of those into the congressional record here. Quote, I am visually impaired. My high school teacher consultant defended my rights in the classroom. I was able to graduate and am now on my way to a Master of Public Policy at Georgetown because of him. That's how teachers make a difference. Another, Mrs. Butler, 4th grade, Bourne, Massachusetts, 1996, had us bring in newspaper stories, taught us chess. She spoke to us like we were little adults and treated us with respect. Someone who remembers that many, many years later. Mrs. J, I went to high school in Wisconsin and she was my AP psychology teacher. She made me feel special. And I found out later I wasn't the only one. I bumped into her years later and she inspired me to go on to grad school. I didn't even know a master's in higher ed was a thing without her. Teachers making a difference, not just in the classroom, but years and years later. School was better than home. A teacher made sure I applied for college. I went, I graduated. Again, changing lives. My daughter was born with disabilities. She was told she was powerful. She has an MBA. Pretty impressive. I was a struggling student. One teacher always paid attention and helped me after school. My high school culinary arts teacher played a pivotal part in my life, which has led to a lucrative career. My son's music teacher went out of her way to create a spot in the school band for him to play his electric guitar. Now he is an accomplished musician who loves to play music. The ways in which teachers change our lives. My 5th grade teacher taught us to knit, which allowed us kids with different learning needs to thrive, exclamation point, someone who is grateful to this day. My husband works for a high school in Alabama and teaches teens coping skills. It has prevented suicides. Truly, truly the importance of what our teachers do. I was raised by a single parent who didn't go to college and with the expectation that, due to cost, college would not be possible for me. One of my teachers repeatedly told me I was smart and capable and that I should go to college, and then helped me apply. Now, I have a PhD in materials chemistry and work at a defense lab. A reminder, teachers don't just contribute to the lives of their students, they contribute to the growth and the future of our entire nation. My high school Spanish teacher inspired me to be brave and explore the world outside my small rural town. Good for you. Here's one. I was bullied a lot as a kid. My 6th grade teacher finally got my bullies to leave me alone. There's something life-changing for a 6th grader. My 8th grade social studies teacher, Mrs. Gifford, made me want to be a social studies teacher too. I was a struggling student. One teacher always paid attention and helped me after school. High school Spanish teacher inspired me to be brave and explore the world outside my town. Had a public school system not worked for my child, she wouldn't be where she is today. My American Studies teacher enthusiasm inspired my love of politics and history. Here's one from a teacher. I'm a public school teacher for deaf and hard of hearing students. I became one because I had an individualized education program, or IEP. I continue to be inspired by Mrs. Baumler, who showed me what project-based learning and collaborative education can be. My daughter's kindergarten teacher seeks grants on her own time to help her kids adjust. Mrs. Snyder is the only person who told me I could have a career in the arts. Mrs. Tolel, my sewing teacher, she was very kind to me at a moment in my life. We remember those moments. Both my kids have been in special education. One has a PhD, the other is in law school. I have my own story. Nobody in my family went to college. It was a 2nd grade teacher, Mrs. Lee, who scooped me up and whispered in my ear that I was special and that I could be a public school teacher. And at that moment, my entire life changed. For all the rest of my growing up years, whenever someone asked me anything about my future or what I was interested in, I would stand a little taller and say, I'm going to be a teacher. It guided my entire life. I am grateful to have an opportunity to say thank you to Mrs. Lee. The federal government has invested in our public schools, in keeping class sizes smaller, in making sure that teachers' aides for the kids who need extra help are there, and in after-school programs so that working parents can know that their kids are in a safe place where they can do their homework or have some fun. Taking that away from our kids so that a handful of billionaires can scoop up some tax giveaways and be even richer is just plain ugly. And I will fight it with everything I've got. Next, I want to talk for a minute about Social Security. Right now, Donald Trump and his unelected billionaire co-president, Elon Musk, are trying to rip away Social Security benefits from millions of Americans. You know, two people who do not have a clue about how important Social Security checks are and what they mean to families, two people who just don't understand that at all are Elon Musk and Donald Trump. And that's why they are willing to attack Social Security so that they can pay for tax cuts for a handful of billionaires. Now, let's be clear. Social Security is not charity. It is not some giveaway, not something that a few rich people hand out coins to old folks. Social Security is a program that people pay for all of their working lives. 73 million Americans depend on Social Security, and they paid for those Social Security benefits. Out of every paycheck, they were putting money into the Social Security system on the sacred promise that when the time came that they were no longer working, they would be able to count on Social Security for food, for a roof over their heads, for some real financial security. Elon Musk and Donald Trump are breaking that sacred promise, and they are breaking it so that billionaires can get a tax break. Now, here's the thing. Elon Musk and Donald Trump know that they can't just go in and reduce Social Security benefits. They'd like to. Remember, Elon Musk is the guy who called Social Security a Ponzi scheme. He's a guy who has said, look, we're going to get this done. We need to cut Social Security. The problem is, Elon Musk didn't establish Social Security. The problem is, Donald Trump didn't establish Social Security. No, it was Congress that passed the laws that created Social Security. And it is Congress and only Congress that can cut those Social Security benefits. So you would think Elon Musk and Donald Trump, Republicans are in the majority right here in the Senate, over in the House of Representatives. If they really want to cut Social Security, then do it out in the open and introduce a bill. Have your Republican buddies introduce a bill to cut Social Security benefits, and let's see where that goes. But no, they know that cuts to Social Security are deeply unpopular, deeply unpopular. They know that people who answer to the voters are very hesitant to do that. So what have they figured out? A backdoor way to come in and cut Social Security. And how do they do that? They just make it harder and harder and harder to get the Social Security benefits that people paid for year after year after year. Make it harder to correct an error. Make it harder to apply. Make it harder to get any help if your check doesn't arrive. And all of that has the effect, just a little over time, of cutting more and more people out of the system, fewer and fewer people who get what they paid for. How do they do that? Well, they shut down the phone system. So you got a problem and you try to call and get it straightened out? Nope. Donald Trump and Elon Musk want to just shut that down, so that's not available. They're closing Social Security offices. So instead of being able to go to the office near your home, you may have to drive an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours to get to a Social Security office. And what if in your 60s, in your 70s, in your 80s, in your 90s, you're not able to drive? You can't get to that office? Well, either you give up or you find somebody who will be able to take you there. But even after you get there, you can't get the problem solved because there aren't enough people. We're already hearing about lines that are 50 people long, that it takes 4 and 5 hours to make your way through a line, which is a pretty tough burden on many of our seniors. If the Social Security office closes before you can actually get to the front of the line, too bad. See if you can get a ride and come back another day. So what will that mean? Some people won't start their benefits when they're legally entitled to do it. Some people won't get problems corrected. Some will just give up without getting what they are legally entitled to. Another way to cut Social Security benefits and cut them and cut them. And again, why do that? Why impose that kind of misery on people around this country? Only so that Elon Musk and Donald Trump can pay for tax giveaways to a handful of billionaires and billionaire corporations. This is fundamentally wrong. We need to get our priorities straight. We need to honor our sacred promises under Social Security, and we need to tell those billionaires and billionaire corporations they can pay their fair share to make this country work. That's the fight that we are having on the floor of the Senate today, and that is the fight between Republicans and Democrats right now in Washington. I know which side I stand on, and I see which side the Republicans stand on. This is ultimately what our entire debate is about right now, and that is, who does this government work for? Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and their Republican enablers here in the United States Senate are making that clear through their budget. You want to understand somebody's values? Take a look at their budget. And that is true for the budget of the United States of America. Because Republicans are in the majority, they're the ones who put the budget forward. And that's what we're debating today. It is a budget that is about tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans. And the price tag for these tax cuts keeps going up. Because instead of being embarrassed about the cuts to Social Security, instead of being embarrassed about the cuts to medical research, instead of being embarrassed about the cuts to public education, Republicans are in the business now of doubling down and doubling down again. The first version of this budget that they put out would have given away about $4.7 trillion, an amazing amount of money that would have been soaked up mostly by millionaires, billionaires, and giant corporations. And then next round, the price went to $5 trillion. As of this morning, the best independent estimates of the costs of the Republican plan is $7 trillion in giveaways, paid for by our public school kids, paid for by our seniors who need health care, paid for by people who rely on Social Security, paid for by cutting medical research, paid for by our Veterans Administration, paid for out of the backs of the work that is done for families all across this country. This is a moment in American history when it's put in front of us in the starkest terms, who do you think government should work for? And the Republicans, with their budget, have made clear they think government should work even better for a handful of billionaires and billionaire corporations. And when they worry about the costs, they say, we know how we can fix the cost problem. We'll just cut the funding that goes to public education. We'll just cut the funding that goes to medical research. We'll just cut the funding that goes to the Veterans Administration that helps our vets. We'll cut the funding that Americans rely on all across this country. That's where we are right now. And Democrats are fighting back. Look, we don't have the votes. I get that. Democrats only have 47 in the Senate, Democrats plus independents. Republicans have the majority of votes. But what we have is people across this country who are saying, that's not what I want. That's not what I voted for. I don't want to see our country do giant tax giveaways for billionaires. I want to see our country continue to support public education. I want to see our country continue to invest in medical research. In fact, a lot of people around this country think we ought to be doing more of that. Let's put more investments in. Alzheimer's, for example. We're getting closer and closer to a cure, or at least a treatment. If we don't find that treatment, we're going to be spending billions more down the line to take care of people who have fallen prey to the ravages of Alzheimer's. Let's invest in research now. It saves families a lot of heartache and frankly saves us a lot of money, but not Donald Trump and Elon Musk and the Republicans. They say, nope, let's just cut that research, those research dollars in half. And if that means ending clinical trial programs, they don't care. Not their problem. They're doing just fine. Cut those programs. It is bad for our families and it is bad for our economy. But Trump, Musk, and the Republicans basically just don't care. Same kind of problem on public education. You know, I love Save Our Schools that we launched just a little over a day ago. And the stories have flooded in of people of all ages, people from all different parts of the country, people have all different kinds of jobs right now who say, oh, yes, I remember that teacher. I remember my second grade teacher who changed my life. I remember that sixth grade teacher who taught me how to deal with the bullies. I remember the high school teacher who told me I really could do something more and encouraged me along. The parents who wrote in and said they had children with real challenges, and it was a public school teacher who stepped up and helped move them forward. We focus on the teachers here, but it's the whole group that has committed their lives to our public education system. It's the bus drivers, it's the folks who work in the cafeteria, it's the people who order the supplies to keep it all going. And they all do it because they believe in investing in our future. They believe in an America that we build, an America that gives every kid a fighting chance. Now, I started out as a public school teacher with kids who had special needs. And I really saw firsthand what it means to believe in the worth of every child and to invest in those children so that every child can do his or her best, so that children have an opportunity to grow, to learn, to live independently. All of that is the commitment of our public schools and our public school educators. Everybody is a part of that team because they believe in our kids and believe that this is how we build a future. No nation builds a great future by shortchanging its children. That has been a core part of our American values for a long, long time. And now Donald Trump and Elon Musk come along with a chainsaw and say, we're just going to lop those programs off. We're just going to cut them off. Already tried to fire half of all the people who work at the Department of Education and then decided that wasn't enough. So they turned around and said, let's just shut the whole Department of Education down. And it's already having an impact on people's schools, are scrambling to figure out what their budgets will look like. Who are they going to have to lay off? Class sizes are likely to get bigger. That hurts every one of our kids. The kids with special needs who need an aide sitting beside them, they're likely to have to go away. Can't do that work anymore. The whole notion as a nation that we care more about a handful of billionaires getting, listen to those numbers again, $7 trillion in tax giveaways from the Republicans, while we just starve or completely eliminate the programs to support public schools all across this country. Budgets are our values. And the values of Donald Trump and Elon Musk and the Republicans that are reflected in this budget, billionaires over our kids, those are the wrong values. Those are not America's values, and now is the time to fight back. It's a hard time right now. I understand that it feels like we're in a sandstorm, that there's something every single day. We've got new tariffs announced yesterday that make no sense at all. Stock market is plunging, renaming the Gulf of Mexico, invading Greenland. There is so much going on. But understand this, there really is direction here. And that's what's happening right now between Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and Republicans in the United States Senate. And that is, while all this noise and swirl and speculation is going on, very quietly try to tiptoe into the United States Senate and offer $7 trillion in tax giveaways, mostly to folks like Elon Musk and his fellow billionaires. Offer them all the money and then tell our school kids, tell our seniors, tell everyone else in America that you have to pay for it because the billionaires are the special people in this country. They're the ones who are catered to here in the United States Senate. Well, I get it. That's what Trump wants. That's what Musk wants. That's evidently what the Republicans in the Senate want. It is not what Democrats want. We are fighting back. We believe that billionaires and billionaire corporations ought to pay their fair share. They ought to pay taxes, and we ought to use some of that money to invest in medical research, to invest in our public schools, to invest in expanding Social Security, to invest in the Department of Veterans Affairs so that we are honoring our promises to our vets. This is about who the government works for. Trump, Musk, and the Republicans want a government that works even better for billionaires. Democrats are fighting for a government that works better for everyone else. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, across Arizona, I am hearing from families who are doing everything right. They're working longer hours, sometimes 2 or 3 jobs, budgeting carefully, trying to save for their families and their children's futures. But they're still paying more at the grocery store and more for rent and barely making it from one paycheck to the next. One emergency, whether it's a car repair or a medical bill, could throw the entire monthly budget out of whack. That's what people are living every single day. So when they hear that Congress is once again debating another tax cut, but not for them, for billionaires and giant corporations, they wonder, who in Washington really cares about me? Who is Washington working for? This is a handout to a tiny fraction of some of the wealthiest people in the world, people who already have more money than they could spend in a lifetime. If you raise taxes on the billionaires and multimillionaires, which is what we should be doing, they'd still be billionaires and multimillionaires. But once again, Republicans want to instead cut their taxes, and working families are going to be the ones left holding the bill. Because this debate is not about numbers on a spreadsheet. This budget is about what gets cut to pay for those tax breaks. It's about which kid doesn't get a meal at school, which family loses their home to cover medical care for their kid or their parent, which patient skips the medical care they need because Congress decided that billionaires needed a bigger tax break. We don't need to guess what that looks like. Arizonans are already telling me. Angela from Phoenix works in school nutrition. She called my office to speak out against these budget cuts, and I'm going to quote her directly. This is a quote from Angela. I work in school nutrition, and I see how many students benefit from the school breakfast and national school lunch program. The National School Lunch Program is actually the second largest food nutrition assistance program behind SNAP. And when students participate in these school meal programs, their families benefit and the community benefits. This is still Angela here. If we keep making these cuts, we're going to harm people that are already hurting. People are already struggling out there. We're already struggling. We need these programs invested in, not divested from. And for what? To give cuts to rich people, to billionaires, while all of us suffer. It's not right. Mr. President, Angela is absolutely right. And Desiree from Phoenix wrote to me. She said, this is a quote, I am a hardworking Arizonan who is watching my family and community struggle while the wealthiest Americans get even richer. I have family members who are disabled and rely on government assistance, programs like SNAP and Social Security disability insurance. These aren't luxuries, she said. These are lifelines. And yet their benefits are being cut while billionaires and massive corporations get even more tax breaks. This is still a quote from Desiree. Every time a tax policy favors the ultra wealthy, it takes food off the tables of families who are barely getting by. It forces people with disabilities to make impossible choices between rent, medication, and groceries. This is not the Arizona I believe in, she said. This is not the America I want to see. We need leaders who fight for us, the working people, the families who are doing everything right and still falling behind. We need tax policies that are fair, that hold the wealthiest accountable, and that protect the programs that keep our most vulnerable from being pushed even further into poverty. This is story number 3 from Nicholas. Now, Nicholas, he's a medical student from Arizona, and he wrote to me about what these cuts would mean for him and his partner, who are both about to graduate with hundreds of thousands of dollars in student debt. And Nicholas said, Congress must pass a budget that benefits Americans instead of slashing funds to essential life-saving programs like Medicaid to finance tax breaks for the wealthy. He said, this is a quote, "I would not have been able to afford health care during medical school without Medicaid. My partner is in the same position. Please consider people like us who rely on these programs so we can stay healthy and continue serving our communities as future physicians." And Lexi from Phoenix, who has had 9 open heart surgeries. She's now in heart failure and she's disabled. Medicaid and SNAP are the only way that she can access the care, medications, and the food she needs to stay alive. Lexi said, in this letter, she said, removing programs such as Medicaid and SNAP would be terribly detrimental to people like myself with disabilities. And she said, I myself, along with other patients with congenital heart disease, whether they be adults or young children looking to stand a chance in the world, would pass away. She said she and others will die. She went on, in a way, I feel as this letter will be pushed aside and ignored. However, I am hopeful that this letter will actually hold to something for the members of the 119th Congress to actually take a stand against Mr. Trump and his administration and their life-threatening agendas. Mr. President, every single one of these stories is a reminder of what's at stake here. These are the voices we should be listening to, not billionaire donors, not corporate lobbyists. And by the way, Elon Musk shouldn't be rigging the federal budget to give himself another tax break. Why is he allowed to do that? I'd rather listen to Nicholas and Desiree and Angela and Lexi. These are the people we should be listening to, not an unelected billionaire working for another billionaire, trying to give billionaires more tax breaks. Mr. President, Arizona families, they're paying attention. I'm sure Kansas families are as well. And they're asking us to do the right thing. These are the people who will pay the price if Senate Republicans move forward with this plan. And it's a steep price. And let's be clear, this is not the first time that we've seen this playbook. This is a rerun. In 2017, President Trump signed into law the so-called Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. That's what they called it. It slashed the tax rate for big corporations. It showered benefits to the top 1% and promised big things. It promised higher wages for workers. It promised a manufacturing boom and stronger economic growth. Now, you want to know what really happened? Workers didn't get big raises. There was no manufacturing boom. Instead, corporations use the money to buy back stock and enrich their executives and their shareholders. Big surprise. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the top 5% of earners received nearly half of the tax benefits. Think about that. The top 5%, they got half. A family making $30,000 a year, you know how much they got? $130. But those in the top 0.1%, the ones making more than $5 million, they got a $278,000 tax break. The rich got richer. Everybody else got screwed. And now, some of my colleagues, they want to do it again. They want to extend those tax breaks permanently. And they're trying to hide the true cost of this using a gimmick called the, get this, the current policy baseline. This is a pretend way to make these tax breaks look like they don't cost anything. But Mr. President, we know better. I think the American people know better. And according to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, extending these tax cuts like they're planning to do would add over $4.5 trillion to the debt in the next 10 years. And that would add up to about, over the next 30 years, it's $37 trillion. That means doubling our current national debt, doubling it, just to give a tax cut to rich people. And the Congressional Budget Office, who is the gold standard for this stuff, says that would push our national debt to 214% of GDP by 2054. 214%. That is an economic disaster for our country. And all of this for what? So someone with more money than they can spend in a lifetime gets even more money? Let me put this into perspective here, Mr. President. The median household income in this country is about $80,000 per year. It would take 1,245 years, about 15 lifetimes, for someone making that much to earn $100 million over 1,200 years. And yet, some of my colleagues think that those are the people who need a tax cut. And this isn't just about tax policy. It's about the kind of country we want to be. Do we want to be a country that hands billionaires another break while a kid goes without lunch in school? Where a retired veteran living on Social Security is told there's no money left for him. But there's plenty for the wealthiest Americans. That's the choice in front of us. Because this budget doesn't just fail working families, it punishes them. It says, if you're doing everything right, if you're working hard, if you're raising your kids, if you're paying your taxes, you're on your own. That's not just bad policy, Mr. President, that's wrong. And let's be clear, this Republican math is not fair. And Arizonans, my constituents, are seeing through this. I guess they probably are in Oklahoma as well. Everyone in this chamber should think about their priorities and the priorities of the people they came here to represent. So let's stop wrecking the finances of working families just to hand out more tax breaks for billionaires. Let's build an economy that actually works for the people who make the economy run, instead of imposing tariffs that are actually just tax increases on everyday goods families depend on. Let's bring back manufacturing and support union jobs. That's what will make Americans better off. And Arizonans didn't send me here to be a rubber stamp on a bad deal. They sent me here to fight for them and to stand up for them. And I'm going to keep doing that. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Colorado.
thank you, Mr. President. I want to, before he leaves the floor, I want to thank my colleague from Arizona for his incredibly wise remarks this morning and for his indignation at the insanity of this so-called tax bill that we're considering on the floor. What he was saying was about the benefits of this bill and how they're all going to go to the wealthiest people in America. I sat here wondering why would we pass a bill like that on the floor of the Senate when the American people have so many needs? Why, when we've had an economy that for 50 years, because of the trickle-down economic policies that have been pursued by Republicans and sometimes Democrats in this chamber, and we see that the country has less economic mobility than it's had, which is a fancy way of describing a situation where people in America no longer feel if they work hard, they're going to get ahead. Or if they work hard, their kids are going to get ahead. That's the American dream, Mr. President, is to know that your kids are going to do better than you did. And for the first time in American history, as I said last night on this floor, for the first time in American history, if you are 30 years old in this country, you have a 50% chance of earning a salary as good as the one your parents had. That's never been true before. Incomes are down for young men in their 20s in this country by 40% since the mid-1970s. And we've continued to see the distribution of wealth and the distribution of income make it harder and harder and harder for people to stay in the middle class, to afford a middle class, to be able to afford childcare and health care, higher education, a vacation for themselves and their families, to say nothing of the kids of the families that are living in poverty in America. I used to be the superintendent of the Denver Public Schools before I came here. And the parents and grandparents in my school district, which were mostly kids of color, mostly kids living in poverty, were very often working 2 and 3 jobs just to feed their families. And no matter what they did, no matter how hard they worked, they couldn't get their kids out of poverty. That economic dislocation, I think, is one of the reasons why the American people elected Donald Trump again. Because they were so frustrated with an economy that seemed to have no benefit for them or their kids that they were willing to take the risk of chaos to try to have some sort of breakthrough. And while I wouldn't have wanted that chaos, I could understand the impulse. Since neither party has done a very good job of delivering for working people in this country in a long time, we're going to see how that chaos theory works itself out, because the chaos is raining down on our country right now. The chaos is raining down on the American people. right now. One of the things that's really interesting to me about this tax bill is that I don't think there's any mayor in America who would propose what's been proposed here. I don't think there's any mayor in America who would say, my plan for my community is to borrow more money than we've ever borrowed in the history of our community. The debt adds up to another 4.6 trillion, or I guess it's 5.5 trillion if you count interest. I'm going to borrow more money than I've ever borrowed, but we're not going to spend it on roads or bridges or parks. The desperate need for mental health treatment across our country, especially among kids, but also among seniors as well and everybody else. I'm not going to spend it on parks or schools. I'm going to take that money and I'm going to give it to the richest neighborhood in town and hope that somehow it's going to trickle down to everybody else. That economic theory, when you put it in the terms of any community in America, makes no sense at all. And America is a community. It makes no sense for our nation to go into debt, to force the children and grandchildren of our teachers and police officers and firefighters to pay back this debt, to pay back this interest. For what? To finance tax cuts for the wealthiest people in America, when for the last 40 or 50 years, almost all the benefit of the economy has accrued to the people at the top. We need an economy in this country, Mr. President, that when it grows for everybody, not just the people at the top. That's what we need to do to save our democracy. You can't run a democracy successfully if people feel like their kids aren't going to live a better life than they live. You can't make a case that the rule of law is important or that our checks and balances are important. Our exercise in self-government is important if people feel like their kids aren't going to do better than they did. Show me a time in history when that's been true, in human history when that's been true. It would be unreasonable to expect that that's going to be the case here. And you can feel the strains of that. You can feel the strains of that. Every day I go home to Colorado and I see people in every single county who are worried that their kids are not going to be able to afford to live in Colorado. They're worried that their kids are never going to be able to afford the housing that they've been able to afford. I could imagine a set of tax policies that made a lot of sense to America. I have fought for years and years and years to expand the child tax credit in this country. In fact, we did it during the Biden administration for 1 year. We were able to expand the child tax credit. Over 90% of families in Colorado benefited, 90% of kids benefited. We cut the child poverty rate in America in half. In the richest country in the world, we demonstrated that we did not have to accept the level of childhood poverty that we have as a permanent feature of our democracy or a permanent feature of our economy. We could fix it on this floor. We could pull a lever that actually mattered to the American people. And it did matter. That was a tough time during COVID. That was a tough time for families. Not only that, we were able to take that tax credit and pay it out monthly. There were a lot of people in this city who said that would be impossible, that the IRS could never do that. Well, they did it. And families had a little bit of an extra benefit at the end of the month to pay for school books or after school programs or clothes to go back to school at the beginning of the year. That's the time of year it was. And you could feel the compression literally lifting off the chest of working people that I represented, who could, for a moment, feel like they could make the rent and also buy a few extra hours of childcare so they could stay at work, so they could make more money to support their children. That's a glimmer of what it would look like to have an economy that when it grew, it actually grew for everybody, not just the people at the very top. Where people felt like they can work hard and get into the middle class. They can work hard and get out of poverty, get their kids out of poverty, most importantly, and get into the middle class. We could expand the earned income tax credit, it's called, which rewards working people again. That also would be a tax cut for the middle class. In fact, if you take those two tax cuts together, which we did during the Biden administration, but now has gone away, those were the largest tax cuts for middle class people, for working people, I think, in the country's history, certainly in modern history. It was the biggest reduction in childhood poverty in modern American history, and probably in American history. I actually think we should end childhood poverty in this country. That's what I believe. I think the richest country in the world should see as it being in our interest to end childhood poverty and and reduce all of the ancillary problems that occur in our society because kids are living in poverty for no fault of their own. Everybody knows that. Better investment in early childhood education. Better investment in kids to get them out of poverty, that's put them on the right path. We're going to pay for it one way or another. And I'd rather pay for it with productive citizens as a benefit of a tax code that's actually investing in the American people. But here we are finding ourselves in a place where what we're being told is we're going to pass a tax bill that blows a massive hole in our deficit that's about the size of all the money that we've borrowed to get here to begin with. And for what? To give tax cuts to the wealthiest people in our country, to the wealthiest neighborhoods in America, and expect that somehow that's going to trickle down to everybody else. Why would we do something that irrational when the needs in America are so great, when we have the lack of economic mobility that I was talking about? I can think a lot of reasons for it, but one of the ones that I keep coming back to are the campaign promises that some people seem to make around here as a result of the distorted campaign finance system that we have. Over the last couple of weeks, there's been an article day after day after day, reports on television about the $20 million that Elon Musk spent in Wisconsin to try to elect one Supreme Court justice there. He was unsuccessful. The people in Wisconsin rejected Elon Musk's three-ring circus that he brought to Wisconsin. They rejected his $20 million. But one of the things that's so amazing to me is how cavalierly we accepted the idea that he was spending $20 million to begin with. He's proud of that. He's proud of that. He spent roughly $290 million on Donald Trump's campaign. I think it's inarguable that he might have made the difference in Pennsylvania, for example, where he was practically handing money out. I mean, it's like a portrait of the Senate in the Gilded Age, where the Senate was dominated by special interests with cartoons of dollar bills falling out of their pockets. And he wandered around Pennsylvania with dollar bills falling out of his pockets, $100 bills, $1,000 bills. In Wisconsin, $1 million bills he's giving away for the benefit of Donald Trump and to keep the tax system as distorted as it is, as unhelpful to the American people as it could be. Now, here's the thing. He is so wealthy. He is so wealthy. I think he's worth something like $78 billion, something like that. I'll check that. But he is so wealthy that that $20 to him is such a small fraction of his wealth that it's like somebody in Colorado buying one hamburger from McDonald's. Would somebody in Colorado spend the money on one hamburger from McDonald's if they thought they controlled the outcome of an election in Wisconsin? That $290 million that he spent in Pennsylvania, or in the last Trump campaign, a big part of that in Pennsylvania, but other places as well, that sounds like a lot of money to anybody here. $290 million, that is a lot of money. If you look at that in the context of, a teacher in Colorado, it's about $50. That's the cost of a steak dinner for a teacher in Colorado. That's not nothing. That is not nothing. But if you knew you could control the outcome of America's future by spending the equivalent of what a steak dinner costs, even if you were a teacher in my old school district where I was the superintendent, you might do it. Which is a reminder about why we have to change the campaign finance laws in this country. We cannot accept Citizens United as a permanent state of affairs, as a permanent feature of our democracy. And sometimes people say, well, what are you going to do about it? The Supreme Court made a constitutional ruling about it. There's nothing you can do to fix it. There are plenty of generations of Americans that have confronted problems with a constitutional ruling like the Supreme Court, and they've done something about it. They've amended the Constitution in their time. There are probably a number of things we should do to make our democracy work better. But one of those would be to make sure that the wealthiest people in the country can't buy elections and can't do it with dark money either. So we can understand what's actually going on here, and we can explain why we've got such a preposterous proposal in front of us right now. They cuts taxes for the wealthiest people and threatens health care for the most vulnerable people in our country. I'll close just by saying there are some crazy things in our tax law. Crazy. There's this thing called step-up basis, where people like Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, the wealthiest people in our country, and I don't begrudge them their success, but the wealthiest people in our country are evading all taxes on the money that they've made, because what they do is they hold their shares, the stock in their company, they never sell. They borrow against that, which allows them to finance their lifestyles. But for their entire lifetime, no tax is ever paid on their stocks, on their shares. And then they die, and those stocks go to their very, very, very fortunate Nepo babies who get to inherit it at the original price that the stock was valued decades ago, and pay no tax as a result of that. No one else in America gets that treatment. No one else in America gets that tax treatment. And in our country today, because of that unbelievable concentration of wealth, in our country today, because of we have found ourselves, frankly, Mr. President, living in a new Gilded Age, which is reflected in the tax bill that is in front of us. These guys are willing to spend a tiny fraction of their net worth to make sure that the tax code continues to serve them and not the rest of the American people. That's why we have a tax bill, even putting aside stepped-up basis, where 50% of the benefit goes to the top 5%. And 10% of the benefit goes to the top 0.1%. That's when we live at a time in American history when the bottom 50% of Americans own 2% of the wealth of our country. At a time when young men in their 20s have seen their pay cut by 40% since 1976. At a time when half the 30-year-olds in America are going to earn less money for the first time in American history than their parents did. We have a job to do here. We have a job to do in this nation. We have to create an economy that when it grows for everybody again. And not just on the coast, but throughout the entire country. That's what we should be focused on today. That's what the American people need. They should have a tax bill that reflects the interests of their kids, a tax bill that reflects the interests of the American middle class, the most significant invention of our democracy in modern times. That needs to be reinforced. It needs to be strengthened. We got to drag our economy into the 21st century in a way that will produce those sorts of outcomes for everyone in our economy, not just the people at the top. And we need a campaign finance system that reflects the values and the principles of a majority of Americans to make sure that our democracy can continue to function as well. Mr. President, I see my friend from California. With that, I will yield the floor, and I look forward to the opportunity of hearing his speech. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from California.
Mr. President, I thank my colleague from the state of Colorado for yielding and staying for a few minutes because I know that he shares one of my key observations as I woke up this morning preparing for today's discussion, today's debate, and for today's series of votes. And that is the American people can be forgiven if they're tuning in today to this discussion and wondering, haven't I seen this before? This sounds awful familiar. It was a little over 7 years ago, in December of 2017, that Republicans passed the single biggest priority of the first Trump administration. No, it wasn't record investment in our nation's infrastructure. That was promised almost on a weekly basis. Never happened under the first Trump administration. And despite their best efforts, it was not repealing the Affordable Care Act, as they pledged to do time and time again. What Republicans were successful in doing was passing a historic tax break for the wealthiest Americans. It added nearly $2 trillion to our nation's debt. Deficit hawks, are you listening? $2 trillion that could have gone to improve public schools, could have gone to address the housing supply challenges in our nation, could have gone to helping lift children and families out of poverty. But no, a tax break for the wealthiest Americans and some of the largest corporations on the planet. Yes, in their actions in 2017, it included a permanent cut to the corporate tax rate by 14%. So it begs the question, what was the impact of these tax breaks? It's been a pretty good few years for some people. Again, as these large corporations and the wealthiest Americans, it has been a great economic ride for them, but not for working families. Most Americans have since increasingly struggled with the cost of groceries, the cost of putting gas in the car, struggling to pay the mortgage or the rent. And we can flash forward from 7 years ago to just this last November. We know the election results. I'm not an election denier. I know who won. And I know one of the big takeaways that people on both sides of the aisle learned from the results was that Americans were voting for lower prices, or so they thought. And so I want to ask a question and follow it up with an explanation to my Republican colleagues. When is enough enough? Because since the day Donald Trump took office for a second term, we continue to see prices going up, not down. Yes, the president that promised to lower prices on day one through his statements, through his rhetoric, through his policies and actions has led to price increases across the board. The richest president in American history has appointed a cabinet, but who does he have by his side day in, day out? It's the richest man in the world to help guide these decisions. Decisions like imposing universal tariffs, which actually raises the cost of goods that Americans buy, from clothes to groceries to electronics and everything in between. It is a tax, folks. It may not be called a tax, but we know how it works. American companies have to pay more to import goods. They pass those increased costs on to the consumer, so consumers are paying more. It's like a tax increase. Some argue that, well, by paying more, it's more money into the US Treasury. Well, where's that money going to go? Is it going to public education? Donald Trump and Republicans are trying to eliminate the Department of Education. Is it going into infrastructure projects? No. The administration has been moving to freeze funding, lay off workers, claw back critical funding that Congress has previously approved. A lot of it on a bipartisan basis. So where's the money going? This is the deja vu part. Their efforts to once again cut taxes for large corporations and the wealthiest in America, the billionaire class, if you will. I mean, you kind of connect those dots together, and what it is this administration with Republicans in Congress robbing working families to give to the rich. So I ask the question again, when is enough enough? Over 70 million Americans rely on Medicaid, for example, one of the larger items in our federal budget. That includes 15 million Californians. Californians like the families I met at Rady Children's Hospital in San Diego a couple of weeks ago, who were sharing their stories. And I'll get to that in a minute here, but one of the big takeaways I had from that discussion was both the experiences of families, their fear about not being able to afford the necessary health care that their children need, but also important business and policy lessons from the hospital administrators, their CEO, explaining to the public and to the press that the programs that they offer, not just his hospital, all hospitals, programs that they offer isn't just for Medicaid patients. A lot of their patients help use Medicaid to help afford the cost of services, but the programs are there for everybody. So if they're forced to cut the programs because of cuts to Medicaid, then those programs are gone for everybody, not just Medicaid patients, even patients and families that aren't on Medicaid. But the program's gone. The service is gone. It's impacting people's health, these proposed cuts. But Republicans say that, we got to balance the budget. We got to reduce costs. When we bring up specific examples like Medicaid, Republicans will insist, oh, no, that's not on the chopping block. We heard it from the president himself. It's not on the chopping block. But they continue to pursue their agenda of relief, tax breaks for the wealthiest Americans because they need some extra spending money at the expense of the health of children and families. When is enough enough? Medicaid isn't the only area of the budget that we know is on the chopping block. Republicans are looking to take aim at nutrition assistance programs for seniors, Meals on Wheels, you've heard of it, programs for low-income children. So let me get this straight. In 2017, Republicans, through their actions, through their votes, through their words, said, oh, we could afford hundreds of billions of dollars in permanent tax cuts for corporations. But today, we can't afford programs that keep kids and seniors from going hungry? When is enough enough? I just pray that when Americans look back on this moment in history, that the distinction of who stood where is crystal clear in their minds. The facts will be clear. But let's pray that the misinformation and disinformation machine on the other side doesn't cloud the truth. Because again, we know this administration is demanding cuts to public education. To meet their tax rate goals, there will be cuts to Social Security benefits, to veterans benefits, to small business assistance, to healthcare research that saves lives. And the proposals that keep coming from the White House, just like all the nominees that have been coming from the White House, Republicans in Congress, Republicans in this Senate, continue to rubber stamp it all. That's why, at least on the House side, when members are going back to their districts and those with the courage to face their constituents' questions at a town hall are sensing the anger that's out there. Americans are angry, and they have a right to be angry. In some cases, they're asking the question, which we should ask ourselves on a daily basis here in this chamber. Why does each one of us run for office and come to serve in the Capitol? Is it to rig the system for the top 1%? It's not what I ran for. Is it to make life harder for working families? Is that what you ran for? Now, as I'm speaking, I reflect a lot on my upbringing. I've shared with a lot of you personally, privately, and I've shared publicly what life was like for me growing up in the working class community of Pacoima, California, proud community. And my dad for 40 years worked as a short order cook. For the same 40 years, my mom used to work cleaning houses. You can imagine, we grew up in a very modest home, on modest incomes. On those modest incomes, my parents raised my sister, my brother, and I, and insisted that we get a good education. Our home was filled with a lot of love, a lot of discipline, a lot of sacrifice. There were times when it was tough. There were times when money was more than just tight. So when you hear people talk about, oh, families that live paycheck to paycheck, I know what that means. I know what it means for so many families across the country who just a couple $100 difference makes a huge difference. I know the stress, the anxiety of when the car unexpectedly breaks down. And you look at your savings account, and on the one hand, you may not have enough to pay for repairs, but you also know you can't afford to not get to work. So what do? But it's the same spirit of families like mine and the community like the one I grew up in that says, I'm not interested in a handout. I just want a fair shot. I'm willing to work hard to get ahead. I'm willing to work hard to provide for my family. I'm willing to work hard to make sure my kids have a better shot at the American dream than I do. But that is not the spirit of the bill that we're going to be entertaining today. In fact, it's the opposite. This Republican tax/budget bill makes life harder for working families, makes working families pay more to subsidize tax breaks for the rich. And you know what? To add insult to injury, where they're seeking to cut to afford these tax breaks for the wealthy, are the very benefits that hardworking families have paid into through their taxes. These are benefits that they have earned. And so I ask again, colleagues, when is enough enough? If you won't answer to me, let me ask on behalf of some constituents that have reached out to my office, expressing their fear because of what these proposals would mean for them. People like Tina Ewing Wilson from the Inland Empire, who experienced what it was like the last time Medi-Cal recipients saw their benefits cut. See, Tina struggles with seizures and developmental disabilities and requires 24/7 care. But when the Great Recession hit a few years ago and Medicaid cuts followed, Tina knew she could only pay for her care by offering room and board to caregivers. Caregivers who went on to abuse drugs and alcohol and take advantage of her financially. She survived it. She's traumatized by it. And she's wondering what will happen if Republicans cut Medicaid again. There's a story of Sasha Bittner, who was born with cerebral palsy and who lives as a quadriplegic with speech and vision challenges. But with the help of services through Medicaid, Sasha went on to graduate from the University of California, Berkeley. That's very impressive. And she serves on the California State Council of Developmental Disabilities. She says Medicaid literally saved her life, and that a Medicaid cap would be an actual death sentence. And I think about a nursing aide from Orange County, California, who I met just a few weeks ago when she came to Washington to protest the proposed cuts to Medicaid. Josephine Rios. She's a proud healthcare worker, and she's a proud grandmother to a 7-year-old boy, Elijah. The medication alone to treat Elijah's cerebral palsy is normally about $5,000 a month. We'll save the debate for the cost of these treatments for another day, but that's what they are. And that's before you add the cost of physical therapy, the equipment, and other costs that he needs to live a meaningful life. But thanks to Medicaid, Elijah and his family can afford treatment. But they fear what would happen if these cuts go through. I share this, colleagues, because we're all hearing from our constituents, all of us, blue states, red states, purple states, all of us are hearing these fears, these real world impacts of the proposed cuts. A vote for this budget, there's no way to add it up differently. A vote for this budget resolution is a vote to cut Medicaid. No ifs, ands, or buts. Republicans in the House have been clear, and it's the only way to read the bill before us today. So to my colleagues, again, when is enough enough? To folks watching at home, don't let anybody tell you otherwise. And I guess as I begin to close, I'll suggest that how we vote on this budget resolution will also determine where each one of us chooses to stand. Is it with the billionaires and the big corporations? Or is it with working families? And from here on out, for every round of tax breaks for billionaires that Republicans would ask us to consider and act on, we're all going to be on the record. Let the history show, do you stand with the wealthy or do you stand with the working class? I choose to stand with the hardworking families across the country that work hard to make communities in our country thrive. It's a big question for all of us. Big, big question for our country and our future. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. For 4 years, America has watched as Joe Biden and the Democrats ran our country and our economy into the ground. That's what we've seen the last 4 years. Every measure shows it. 10 million illegal immigrants, $5 trillion in wasted Washington spending, the worst inflation in 40 years, energy prices rising over 30%. A weak and failed foreign policy. That's what the American people saw over the last 4 years. In November, Americans chose a new path. Senate Republicans promised to get America back on track, and we're delivering. I was at the Rose Garden on Wednesday, heard President Trump talk about our budget. He gave it his complete and total endorsement. So today, Senate budget is the building block for our bold Republican agenda. It fulfills our promises to secure the border, to rebuild our economy, and to restore peace through strength. Most importantly, it represents in every way a 180-degree turn from the deadly, destructive liberal failures of the past 4 years. First, Republicans' budget, what does it do? It gets rid of the waste that's out there. Not Medicare, not Social Security, not Medicaid. We want to protect those vital programs. We want to preserve them. We need to preserve them for the people who they were intended to serve and who need them the most. 72% of Americans and even 55% of Democrats will say they support cutting the waste and the fraud and the abuse because they've seen lists of dollars that have gone out from this last administration. They say, this seems like a waste, this seems like fraud, this is an abuse of taxpayer dollars. We have a government that is too big and it spends too much. Yet for some reason, Senate Democrats continue to come to the floor. They seem to be most upset that the waste that they support is being exposed for the massive amount of waste that it is. Last time we voted on the budget, Senator Sullivan from Alaska offered an amendment to preserve and protect Medicaid and Medicare. Not a single Democrat voted to support that piece of legislation. The question now is, will Democrats continue to protect the schemers and the scammers who continue to weaken these vital programs? Because they're out there. Second, the Republican budget moves toward locking down the border with $175 billion in additional funding. It puts us on the path to finish the wall. It allows us to hire more immigration and customs enforcement officers and border patrol agents. And it allows us to extend our detention capacity. Look, illegal immigrants that are criminals are going to be deported from our country, not released into our communities. This is the opposite of what happened the last 4 years under the previous administration. It's exactly what Americans need after 4 years of wave them through Joe's approach, which was an open border. Illegal crossings have dropped 94% since President Trump took office. Democrats said it couldn't be done without a new law. No, we didn't need a new law. We needed a new president, and the American people voted for that president. Let's take a look at March of 2024. That's last year. That was Joe Biden's last year in the White House, compared to March of 2025, which was Donald Trump's first year in the White House. March of 2024, Joe Biden's last year in the White House, 137,000 illegal crossings at our southern border. 137,000. This March under President Trump, 7,000. From 137,000 to 7,000, no new law, a new president. Now we need to deport the illegal immigrants with criminal records, and there are hundreds of thousands of them. They are already in the country. This budget ensures law enforcement will get the resources they need to make our communities safer. The third thing we want to do, Mr. President, is we need to stop Democrats' goal of raising taxes by $4 trillion. 90% of Americans got a tax cut from the Trump tax cuts in 2017. Our budget puts Congress on a path to make the tax cuts permanent. Permanency means certainty and stability for families, for workers, and of course, for those that create jobs. Republicans want to ensure that Americans can keep more of their hard-earned money. That's what people want. What money do they have in their pocketbooks, in their wallets? What is the tax and spend Democrats' plan for all of this? Crushing 20 million businesses, erasing 6 million jobs with the largest tax hike in history, because that's what we're going to get if you get a $4 trillion tax hike. For Republicans, a $4 trillion tax increase is a non-starter. For Democrats, it is their entire agenda. Fourth, the Republican budget means American energy dominance. No more liberal handcuffs on American energy. We're going to go back to energy independence. Affordable, reliable, available American energy is the best way to grow the economy and to lower costs for people. With more energy production, Wyoming, my home state, the American energy breadbasket, superpower of energy, we all win. America wins. The federal government also wins if we do this. It's going to see actually a revenue increase as we produce more American energy, because some of this is on federal lands. The revenue comes to the government, and energy prices go down. Finally, the Republican budget rebuilds the military. We do it with $150 billion because we know that weakness invites conflict. Strength is what deters wars. So today there's a threat of terrorism all around the world. There's a threat from communist China. China is rapidly building up its military. There's a threat from Iran. Iran is racing towards a nuclear weapon. This budget will make America feared again. It will make our military more lethal, more intimidating. I suspect that Democrats are going to fight these common sense policies. Well, I've got news from my colleagues. Democrats lost at the ballot box in November. Republicans won, and we're going to win now. We're going to continue to fight for the American people, because the win isn't about us as a party. The win is about our country. It's about the families all across this country. The American people gave us a mission and a mandate. Secure the borders, lower taxes, affordable energy, peace through strength, and of course, efficient, effective government. The Senate Republicans have a bold budget blueprint, and it is delivering for the American people. The Republican revolution of common sense is here. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Maryland.
thank you, Mr. President. Before I deliver the body of my remarks, I do want to respond briefly to my colleague, the senator from Wyoming, on the question of national security, because just last night we learned that President Trump had fired the head of the National Security Agency right after his meeting with Laura Loomer, a right-wing activist. Not only was the head of NSA fired, but so were some other folks who worked at the National Security Council. You know, this is part of a pattern of President Trump firing people who have experience, people who know their subject matter, and replacing them with political cronies. We already saw the results of that sort of amateurism and amateur hour when it came to Signalgate, which is a big violation, of course, of classified information that very much well could have put our troops at risk. And so I think when we talk about national security, it's important to recognize what is happening in this administration that's undermining our national security. I want to focus, Mr. President, on the great betrayal. You know, when he was a candidate going all over the country, Donald Trump said that he was going to look out for the forgotten Americans, that he was going to focus on kitchen table issues. He was going to bring down prices. Day one, he was going to bring down prices. And yet, what we're witnessing right now is just the opposite. We're witnessing the rigging of the American government to gut services for working families. We all saw Elon Musk proudly brandishing a chainsaw not that many weeks ago at a CPAC conference in the state of Maryland. Well, they're cutting away at services that benefit every American family. And for what purpose? To help the billionaires. And the centerpiece of the great betrayal is arriving on the Senate floor today. That will be the kickoff for the next phase of that great betrayal, because Republicans are going to be taking the next step toward implementing a giant tax giveaway to the very, very wealthy, the already powerful, and big corporations. And they're going to pay in part for it at the expense of the rest of America, but they're also not going to pay for a big part of it, and that will come at the expense of the rest of America when you blow up the deficits and debt and put upward pressure on interest rates. Where they are talking about cutting are places like Medicaid, and we'll talk more about the very, very harmful impact that will have on the American people. President's talking about offsetting the costs of the tax cuts for the very rich with revenues from tariffs, which amount to nothing more than a huge national sales tax. And we'll talk a little bit about that as well. And then, of course, Elon Musk is claiming to find all these savings in the federal government. He's not making the government more efficient. He is actually rigging the government to help the very powerful, like trying to get rid of things like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which has returned billions of dollars to American consumers who were cheated by fraudsters. Some people don't like that. CFPB made some powerful enemies, and so they want to get rid of that. Just one example of how this is not about efficiency, but actually putting the government to work for billionaires and powerful people at the expense of the rest of the country. You know, Donald Trump has called this budget resolution that we're going to be debating on the floor as the first step to what is going to be the big, beautiful bill. Well, it is going to be a beautiful bill if you're a billionaire tech titan, or if you're a billionaire in the big oil industry or in big pharma. It's going to be great news for all of you, but for the rest of America, it will be the great betrayal. And Mr. President, we know this because we've seen this movie before, although this time we're going to see it on steroids. But back in 2017, during the first Trump tax cut for the wealthy, a lot of promises were made. And so we now have the reality of what happened to compare to the promises that were made at that time. So let's look at those promises. So Donald Trump promised that giving tax cuts to wealthy people and big corporations would generate so much additional economic activity by trickling down to everybody else and somehow lifting everybody up. He claimed that that would generate so much dynamic activity that it would generate additional revenue, and the additional revenue would be enough to offset the revenue lost because of tax cuts to rich people. Not even close to being true. In fact, what it did was added $2 trillion to the deficit. Just check with the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. And I've actually asked this question in repeated hearings in the Senate Budget Committee. I serve on that committee. And I ask it of Republican witnesses, Democratic witnesses, witnesses that are just called for their expertise. Not a single person has tried to claim that the tax cuts from 2017 actually paid for themselves. Not even close. So that didn't happen. We also heard the claim from Donald Trump back then that corporations that got these tax cuts would use some of their additional revenue to quickly boost wages by $4,000 on average to their workers, to their employees. That didn't happen either. What did happen was that some of those savings went to much bigger CEO bonuses. So that didn't happen for regular workers. It was really good for the CEOs. Another thing that Donald Trump and our Republican colleagues claimed back then was that when corporations got these big tax cuts, they would take those additional monies and invest them in plant and equipment, and therefore help the overall enterprise and grow it. That didn't happen either. What did the corporations use that extra savings for? Well, they used it for stock buybacks. So they used it to jack up the price for the stockholders, but they did not use it to help expand plant equipment that helped the overall economy. And by the way, about 30 to 40% of those stockholders are actually foreigners. They don't live in the United States. They're not Americans. So that big tax cut for the rich here, when it was used in the form of stock buybacks, was a great bonanza for a lot of very wealthy people overseas. So now we're back here on the eve of passing a Republican budget resolution. I hope we don't pass it, but it appears that Republicans have the votes. And we're seeing this movie all over again, deja vu. And it is worth, therefore, again, reminding us of what happened. Senator Wyden and I were on the floor the other day when he released a really blockbuster report about how major U.S. drug companies, big pharma, were able to exploit provisions of the 2017 Trump tax giveaway in a way that allowed them to dramatically lower their taxes. Pfizer's tax returns, we showed, had 50% of the revenues coming from US sales, but only listed profits at the US at zero, right? So Pfizer, when you look at their returns, they acknowledge that 50% of their revenues came from American customers, but they booked zero profit on those revenues and sales in the United States. And how funneled them through these schemes overseas, and as a result, they lowered their taxes by 40%. And that's a pattern we've seen with other pharmaceutical companies as well. You know, other Americans don't have that ability, right? Those Americans who get their W-2 forms, you pay your taxes on those earnings. You don't get to funnel them through overseas tax havens. Mom and pop shops, small businesses, they can't make secret deals with foreign governments to hide their profits. So these schemes are designed to benefit one group and one group only. And that is very profitable corporations and very wealthy individuals. And the result is when Pfizer does the kind of schemes, employs the kind of schemes that it has, and they lower their effective tax rates, it means they're not paying their fair share here in the United States that we use to invest for the common good, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's our public schools, all things that, of course, Pfizer benefits from, just as other are all about. Big handouts for the very wealthy, freeloading on the rest of Americans. And if you look at the folks who are cheering on Donald Trump at the swearing in at the inaugural, they were the folks that are going to be benefiting the most. Elon Musk was right behind him. Of course, Elon Musk spent $280 million to help elect Donald Trump. He's sort of getting more than his money's worth these days. Other billionaire tech titans, other billionaire members of the Trump cabinet, most billionaires by far of any cabinet in American history, those are the people who are going to benefit from the tax giveaway to the very wealthy. Everybody else is going to pay for it in one way or another. And I want to talk about some of the ways they're going to pay for it, the rest of America. One way is it's going to send our deficits and debts skyrocketing again. As I said earlier, back in 2017, they claimed that, it would all pay for itself. Well, it increased our deficits and debt by $2 trillion. This time, it's an even bigger whopping increase on the deficits and debt, $6 trillion over 10 years, and $37 trillion increase in the debt over the next 30 years. According to the Congressional Budget Office, these are the nonpartisan green eye shades guys, just the facts. That's the consequence of the Republican tax giveaway to the rich. Huge deficits in debt. As I said, 3 times higher than the last one, which was bad enough. And we're not incurring this additional debt because we're fighting a war. We're not incurring this debt to fight a pandemic or a recession. We're incurring all this additional debt just to give the big corporations and the wealthy another round of tax cuts. So maybe it's not surprising that we're already seeing an effort to hide what's happening. So how do you hide $6 trillion deficit and debt? Well, there are a lot of accounting gimmicks that are being employed. One of them is to say, well, let's just use the current policy baseline. Now, bear with me for a moment because this does get a little technical, but it is important and it also reveals the scheme that's being employed by Republican senators to try to cover up the costs of their tax cut for the very wealthy. Normally we use what's called a current law baseline. In other words, the Congressional Budget Office tells us how much the deficit and debt will increase by the policy changes we're making to current law. That makes sense because current law is what exists until we change it. So current law tells us what our deficits would be now under the framework we currently have. But Republicans want to change this to a current policy baseline. What they're saying is, well, they gave tax cuts to the very rich and corporations for 10 years, and now we're going to do it for at least another 10 years, so let's not count the additional costs of that when we compute the deficits and debt. Well, it doesn't really work that way in the real world. I mean, if you were let's take a wealthy person and you went to your family budget and last year you bought 600 Rolexes, put a lot of strain on the budget, and then you're sitting around the kitchen table this year to draw up the budget for the upcoming year, and you say, well, hi dear, it really won't make our budget this year any worse if we buy another 600 Rolexes because we bought them last year. Now that doesn't make any sense, and Americans know that. But that is exactly what Republican senators are trying to do with their budget gimmicks. They're going to try to pretend away $6 trillion in new debt. Now, if you look at the budget resolution, it does anticipate that kind of additional to the deficit and debt, but they say, well, we're also going to offset some of that by cutting $2 trillion. Now, when I do the math, if you claim you're cutting $2 trillion, and we'll talk a little bit about how they plan to do that, but you're increasing the deficit and debt by $6 trillion, even if you cut the $2 trillion, you're ending up with a whopping net deficit debt increase. That's going to drive up interest rates to every American and make it harder for all other Americans to pay for things like cars and houses, mortgages, interest payments on cars, and all this again in service of a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations. Now, what's another way that President Trump says he's going to pay for this tax cut to the rich and big corporations? Well, he says we're going to have all this additional revenue coming into the government through tariffs. He called it Liberation Day. We saw how the country responded. We saw how the markets responded. They went way, way down. Economists of all political stripes are predicting a much higher risk of recession. Some say it's much more likely than not at this point because of those tariffs. The president has unleashed a tariff war, and let's talk about what they are, because in effect, this is a national sales tax. This is pretty simple math. When you put a tax on goods coming in the United States, it is the importer, the American importer, that pays that. And if you have to pay that extra amount and you have tight margins already, tight profit margins, you're going to have to pass that cost on to who? American consumers. That's why economists estimate that the Trump national sales tax is going to cost the average American household up to $4,200 a year. That's what the president is doing. That will come in many forms. The National Association of Home Builders predicts it will cost up to $10,000 more to build a home because we import lumber and gypsum from other countries. We have lumber and gypsum here in the United States, but in order to accommodate the demand for new homes, we also import it. And that will jack up the price, according to the National Association of Home Builders, up to $10,000. Others are predicting even more. A researcher at Cornell University estimates that new cars could cost as much as $20,000 more because of how many times certain car parts cross boundaries and will face tariffs. You may send a part to the United States. There's some business in the United States that works on enhancing that part. It goes back to another business overseas. They do something more. Then it comes back and is then used in an American car. If every time it crosses a border, you're facing a big tariff, the cost of those cars are going to go up. In the case of the US-Canada border, sometimes auto parts cross them as many as 6 times before final assembly. So whether it's buying a car, buying a house, these are things families work hard to purchase, to save up for. The Trump tariffs are going to put them farther out of reach. This is a Trump tax increase on the American dream. And again, for what purpose? All to provide tax cuts and a big tax windfall to the very wealthy and the biggest corporations. But the harm from this national sales tax is not only the additional prices that Americans will pay here at home. It's also the losses to businesses in the United States that produce products here and export them overseas. Because the rest of the world's not going to stand still and do nothing while Donald Trump slaps a big tax on the products they're sending to the United States. They're not going to do that. In fact, China's already responded. They just imposed a 34% tariff on American products. They've also taken other measures to make it harder for American businesses that produce goods here and export them to China, make it harder for them to export those to China. But when China puts on a 34% tariff, and when other countries around the world respond, as they inevitably will, it means American companies here at home will not be able to sell as many of their goods around the world. That's pretty obvious. Again, that's pretty simple math. That means they'll have to lay off people. That means less economic activity here at home. And again, all for what purpose? To say you're offsetting tax cuts for the very wealthy. And if anybody doubts that this does not cost American producers and manufacturers, let's just look back to the first Trump administration, where there was a mini version of this tariff war, a much smaller one. And even that smaller one cost the American taxpayers dearly. Because what happened was, when President Trump in his first term, when he imposed tariffs on Chinese products coming to the United States, China responded. They slapped on tariffs to American exports, especially American agricultural exports. Wheat, soybeans. What did that mean? Again, in simple math, it meant that those American producers sold less goods in China, and it cost them. And what did President Trump do then? He actually used a big taxpayer subsidy. It was around $28 billion to pay off American farmers who had been hurt by his mini trade war at that time. Well, Mr. President, the best way not to hurt American farmers is not to slap on these tariffs in the first place, which inevitably invite retaliation. And why should the American taxpayer have to foot the bill for all this? Last time this was a mini trade war. Now he's taking this worldwide. Imagine if you had to cover the costs for losses of every American business through some taxpayer subsidy. I mean, it would be just a huge number. So here we have the President of the United States wreaking havoc on the American economy. And again, to pay for tax cuts for the very rich. You know, I had some very small businesses in my state of Maryland write into me about some of these costs that they're facing. Here's one I got just a couple weeks ago. And this is from, again, a very small business in Greenbelt, Maryland. It says, in 2 weeks, this is a person who has a small hand-dyed cotton yarn business. And she writes, most of my yarns are imported and can't easily be replicated by domestic suppliers. In 2 weeks, I will receive my first custom blend yarn from Peru, which has taken me and the mill the better part of a year to develop. The 10% tariff on Peru, imposed with no warning and no provocation, means this yarn will suddenly cost me about a mortgage payment extra. Several of my existing yarns will also cost 10 to 25% more now when I go to reorder, thanks to the tariffs on Canadian and EU tariffs. This cuts severely into my already tight margins. Again, this woman is talking about cutting losses, cutting her income and missing a mortgage payment. This is a very small business. Here's another letter. My daughter and I own a greeting card and paper packaging distribution company. It's our 45th year in business. We employ some 20 Baltimore City and county residents and have 100 plus independent sales reps throughout the United States selling our product. While most of our products are manufactured in the UK and the European Union, 20 to 25% of our product, which is designed in the UK, is manufactured in China. And because of the first Trump administration, the costs of that went way up. But now with this new round, it brings the total sales tax cost, the tariff on this small business, to 45% with 10% increases each month. This person says they have, I think, 20 people, 50 people. They're gonna lay off about 10% of their employees if this happens, and it just did happen. So this imposes real harm and costs on the American people. As I say, it's a double whammy. First, it's a national sales tax, and so American consumers pay more, and then American businesses get socked because they can no longer export as many of their goods and products overseas. So let's look at another way that Senate Republicans want to pay for this tax cut for the very rich and the big corporations. And that's by cutting Medicaid. Now, all you have to do, Mr. President, is look at the instructions in the House budget resolution, which will be part of what is considered here today. And as the Congressional Budget Office has told all of us, the only way to find the $880 billion that they want to cut under the jurisdiction of the House Energy and Commerce Committee is to come after Medicaid. I mean, it's just mathematically impossible to do it otherwise. And so while Donald Trump said he, quote, loves and cherishes, unquote, Medicaid, that's not what they're actually doing. And in addition to taking direct hits at Medicaid, and we've discussed the impact of that on the floor of this Senate at length, and we will discuss them at greater length. We also see Elon Musk and Donald Trump going after the people who administer Medicaid and Medicare benefits. In fact, just last week, they fired at least 300 civil servants at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS. They provide and deliver those healthcare benefits to 160 million Americans across our country. I want to read just one message from one of those fired civil servants. I just got this letter on Monday, Mr. President. Quote, "Today, my life was changed so swiftly, I can barely catch my breath to consider what I have now lost. Just wanted to share my story. After 44 years of public service, 30 in the military, and 14 in the federal government, I was proudly serving the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid, and I got a letter today ending my public service. Cold, hard. It said, and she quoted, 'Thanks for your service. We basically don't need you anymore.' And this is to a disabled veteran who loves her country and has been serving, as she writes, since I was 18 years old. And I have raised my right hand more times than I can remember. I want my story out there to help others. Federal workers and especially veterans don't deserve this treatment. No one does." And that is a story we're hearing across the federal government. People fired indiscriminately, based on a big lie. Many of these people, just to add insult to injury, got letters saying they were being fired for poor performance, only to find out that they'd actually received glowing performance reviews, and in many cases had been recently promoted based on their merit. And that's not only happening at the Center for Medicare and Medicaid. And again, these are the people who help deliver those benefits. You know, benefits don't do much for you if the people who deliver them and administer them are gone. And of course, that's what's happening at the Social Security Administration as well. Social Security Administration, they came in, they randomly, indiscriminately fired a lot of people, and now reports indicate that they want to get rid of over 8,000 more folks at the Social Security Administration. These are the folks who deliver Social Security benefits to 73 million Americans, 1 in 6 Marylanders. And Social Security keeps 20 million Americans, including kids, out of poverty. In fact, that's how many people, we have 73 million people on Social Security. For 20 million of them, that is the difference between being in poverty or not being in poverty. And I should point out, Mr. President, this is not about government efficiency, as I said earlier. If you look at the 12,000 federal employees who work at the Social Security Administration, which is in Baltimore, we're proud that they have their home there. They've been running the Social Security Administration for the past 90 years and have never missed a payment. So when Secretary of Commerce Lutnick said, you know, I don't think Americans would miss 1 week of their Social Security payments. Only the fraudsters would feel that. They're the only people who would notice. What a pile of garbage. He said his mother wouldn't notice. Well, you know, how many sons and daughters have, how many moms and dads have billionaire sons? That's the question. I'll tell you, 73 million Americans will notice, Mr. President. But that's the kind of attitude, the attitude we're seeing from Elon Musk, the richest person in the world, and Donald Trump. I see my colleagues are on the floor here, and so I'm going to wrap up my remarks, but I will be speaking more in coming days, and I see both my colleague, the ranking member of the Finance Committee, and Senator Klobuchar from Minnesota. And I'll tell you this, Mr. President. The proposal we're going to hear from the Republicans is to add $6 trillion to the debt over the next 10 years to pay for tax cuts for the rich. You know, if you really want to blow through the deficit like that, there are a lot of other more important things we could do for the country with that money. We could save Social Security. Think about that. We could fund special education fully in our schools and finally meet those promises. We could expand Medicare to give seniors dental, vision, and hearing benefits, something that Senator Sanders from Vermont has been calling for a long time. We could expand the child tax credit. If you want to blow through the deficit and debt by $6 trillion or $37 trillion over 30 years, we have a lot better uses for that money than tax cuts for rich people and big corporations. And I yield the floor.
President.
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I appreciated the words of my colleague from Maryland, because I was standing there thinking that a budget is actually a choice. It's a value choice. It is an economic choice of where you want to spend the taxpayers' hard-earned money. And what this budget does, as he points out, $6 trillion in the next 10 years, that would add to the debt because of tax cuts for the wealthiest people. I have no problem making sure we don't increase taxes for people making under $400,000 a year. That's a good idea. But this is a way different animal than that. It actually takes the parts of the Trump tax cuts for the wealthy, make sure they stay in place, and then adds even more, so that 2/3 of the benefits from this are going to the wealthiest and the big corporations. And the thing he raised that I loved was, what could you do with that money? Well, you could reduce the debt. That'd be a good thing. You could put part of it so that we make sure we do that. You could put the funding into actually taking on some, say, tax incentives for housing, which we so dearly need, to work with the private sector to build more housing. You could put it into incentives for childcare. You could shore up Social Security. You could do all kinds of great things that the people actually thought they were voting for, even a large number of them that voted for Donald Trump. But that's not what this budget is. So I appreciate Senator Van Hollen pointing out that in the end, these budgets are a choice. Who do you want to spend the money on? What do you think is going to work for this economy? We already know that Donald Trump has sent this economy into a tailspin as the market continues to go down. And this isn't just a market. As horrified as traders are and experts on Wall Street, you got to take it to Main Street. And when you take it to Main Street, you've got people who have been depending on their retirement, whether it's a 401k or some other kind of retirement, for their rest of their lives. Or you have people who've saved money for their kids to go to school. Or you have young people just starting out who maybe have, 5 years into savings, don't know if their job's still going to be there because the economy's going into a tailspin. That's a choice. That's a totally self-inflicted wound yesterday. That was a choice. The economy coming out of the pandemic, struggling through all of that, inflation and the like, was actually, when Donald Trump took over, in a pretty good place. And look what he's done. Completely unnecessary self-inflicted wound, but the problem is who it wounds. Thousands of dollars in taxes on the average family, $20,000 more for a home for young people that might want to buy their first home, more money to buy a car. It goes on and on and on. So when I look at that budget, I can't just see it in a vacuum. I see it in this totality of what's going on right now. Because with these tariffs, the wealthiest people, they're going to lose billions of dollars or millions of dollars. They're going to be fine, though, because they got everything else. But it's the people who are living paycheck to paycheck or depending on the Social Security. They're the ones that's going to suffer from this. And then you add this budget to the mix. This budget would give massive tax cuts to the ultra wealthy and pay for it by raising costs, taking away health care, threatening the economic security of tens of millions of Americans. It is a major handout to the wealthy. If you don't know what the numbers are, here's a great one to remember. It would give Elon Musk a $50 million tax break over the next 10 years. Do we really think he needs that? Does he need $10 million more? He does not. You could literally structure this budget so that you are not reducing taxes or giving special deals to people making over $400,000 a year. You could do that. But that's not what this is. It went the opposite. It gives the wealthiest 0.1% an average tax cut of $180,000 a year. In total, Over the next 30 years, it would spend $25 trillion on tax cuts for the wealthy and the big corporations. Meanwhile, what's happening to people's grocery prices? What's happening to their healthcare prices? What's happening to their housing prices? This isn't speculation. Look at what happened the last time the Republicans ran this playbook in 2017. They told us back then those tax cuts would trickle down, that wages would go up, that jobs would come back. What actually happened? Big companies spent nearly $1 trillion on stock buybacks to enrich their executives and their wealthy shareholders. Wages for working people barely moved. Manufacturing jobs didn't boom. But the first year after that passed, corporate America spent over $800 billion buying back its own stock, at more than 50% higher than the year before. And this year, those buybacks are projected to top $1 trillion for the first time ever. That helps Wall Street, not Main Street. So here we are again. Same trickle-down theory, just repackaged with even more debt and even fewer benefits for the middle class. As noted, the debt, this budget, the Congressional Budget Office estimates it would add $37 trillion to the debt over the next 30 years. $37 trillion on the backs of our kids, grandkids. That's right. We're leaving the next generation to foot a $37 trillion bill so we can give billionaires a tax cut today. That is the choice. And it's all wrapped up in very complex language, so it doesn't sound like they're doing it, but check actual news sources. Look at this to verify what the actual numbers are. 25 trillion of it is tax cuts for the wealthy and big corporations over the next 30 years. The kicker, they're trying to hide that massive debt. What even their own members, these are Republican elected members of Congress, have called a budget gimmick, intellectual fraud, and my favorite one, fairy dust. Instead of leveling with the American people, they're using an accounting trick to pretend that these new tax cuts cost nothing. I believe that the American people know better. I believe they know better when they woke up this morning to see where the stock market was and thought about all their hard-earned money and what they were doing with it. I believe they know better when they look at any kind of simple description of what this budget is. They promised to lower the deficit, but this budget adds trillions to the debt. They promised to bring down costs, but you don't even need to check the news. Just go down the grocery aisle and see if that has really happened. And they promised to put everyday Americans first. But this budget, it puts the wealthiest first, or they wouldn't be getting the lion's share of the benefit. Under this plan, health care for nearly $80 million of Americans is at risk, including 2/3 of nursing home residents, 2 in 5 kids, and 1 in 3 Americans living in rural areas. That's because, why do I say that? I'm just making that up. No, that's because the budget plan includes instructions to cut $880 billion from the House Energy and Commerce Committee. That's the one the House sent over, which oversees Medicaid. The Congressional Budget Office, nonpartisan, said it plainly. It is mathematically impossible to meet that target without cutting Medicaid. This is a plan to cut Medicaid. That's why we have a different vision. You could do a budget, and I see Ron Wyden is here, the highest ranking Democrat on the Finance Committee. He knows what we could do if they would work with us. We could do a budget that would lower costs, not raise them. And how does this raise costs for people? You already see it right now, and they're not doing anything about it. You see the tariffs are going to make it worse, and then you also see what's going on with this budget with Social Security, Medicaid, and the like. We could strengthen Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. Instead of giving a $300,000 tax cut to someone in the top 0.1%, we could invest in childcare, affordable housing, education, and yeah, affordable energy. And at the same time, we could put some aside to bring down the debt. That's how we support working families. That's how we make sure our seniors retire with dignity. So we are standing up all day today to expose this budget for what it really is. It is benefits for the wealthy and the big guys at the expense of everyone else, and that means you. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President, before she leaves the floor, let me thank Senator Klobuchar for outstanding remarks. She and Senator Van Hollen have really made the case that we want a tax bill that gives everybody in America the chance to get ahead, not just the people at the top, and I want to commend her for it. Mr. President, around the country this morning, Americans turned on the news and they saw panic. Americans are wincing this morning as they look at their retirement accounts. Their savings are down. The cost of their morning coffee and eggs are up. The markets are looking bloody, and people are afraid for their jobs and their own personal finances. Not so for the ultra wealthy. They may not like what they're seeing, but they don't have anything to worry about because they've got an ace in the hole. They're Republican allies here in the Senate. While Donald Trump torches what used to be the world's strongest economy, Republicans scramble to pass a bailout for billionaires and big corporations. While typical families panic, the billionaires can go shopping for luxuries, for real estate, for yachts, safe in the knowledge that Senate Republicans have their back. This is what the debate is all about. Donald Trump is taking the United States back to economic policy that predates the light bulb. He's slapping random taxes on imports from all over the world, tariffs that are effectively huge tax increases on products American families and businesses use every day. Donald J. Hoover says he's not going to back down. And that's terrible news for everybody who counts on a steady paycheck to be able to get by. Everything from cars and machinery right down to t-shirts and your morning cup of coffee. It's all going to cost a whole lot more because of what Donald Trump is doing. Small businesses are going to get clobbered. Parents are going to need to take out second mortgages just to take their kids back to school shopping. They're facing an increase in the cost of living by thousands of dollars each year. And big businesses are panicking too. They're worried about the prospect of a full trade war. The only thing preventing an even larger panic and collapse is the faint hope that somebody may be able to convince Trump to back down. Personally, I wouldn't wager on it. That's the economic carnage Trump is creating around the country. Here on Capitol Hill, Senate Republicans are charging forward with a bailout for billionaires and corporations that, according to the Joint Tax Committee, could cost $7 trillion. People following along at home are going to hear a lot of sweet-sounding promises from Republicans about what they're trying to accomplish. They claim their tax bill is just all unicorns and rainbows. They'll say everybody's going to benefit from a tax cut, and typical families will get the help they need. They'll promise rising wages and a booming economy. It's just not true. The reality is, unless you're way out at the upper end of the income scale, any benefit you get from this Republican bill is going to get blown out of the water as the Trump tariffs continue to hike inflation. If you're somebody who punches a time clock or keeps an eye on the bills every month to make sure you can get by, there is no good news for you in what the Republicans are trying to accomplish. So they move ahead with their $7 trillion tax agenda, but there's no way to cover that cost without taking a wrecking ball to the Medicaid program, and that is their plan. It'll be devastating for tens of millions of Americans, with seniors and kids bearing the brunt. I remember this, Mr. President, from my days as director of the Gray Panthers, but I can tell you Medicaid pays for 2 out of 3 nursing home beds in the nation. If Republicans move forward with their nearly $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid, countless families will have to make impossible choices between keeping an aging parent or a grandparent in a nursing home they can barely afford, or bringing them home to try and care for them on their own. Medicaid covers nearly 38 million kids in America. That includes half of all American kids with special health care needs. These cuts to Medicaid will set those kids back for the rest of their lives. Millions of parents will be left wondering how they'll pay for the home-based care their children rely on to go to school every morning. And let's be clear, these cuts may be partisan in Congress, but their consequences will transcend party lines. Medicaid cuts are going to hit red and rural parts of America the hardest. Hospitals, nursing homes, and other providers in rural communities all over the country right now are barely hanging on. They depend on Medicaid. If these Republican cuts go through, rural America will become even more of a healthcare desert. So I, Mr. President, and colleagues will be offering an amendment to block these Republican Medicaid cuts and the damage they're going to do to millions of vulnerable Americans. And it's not only Medicaid that Republicans target. Countless other lifelines that seniors and families rely on are on the chopping block. Meals on Wheels, which helps seniors get a hot meal. Head Start, which helps seniors get set up for, Head Start, which helps kids get set up for success in the future with early learning and development. Food assistance that's going to help millions of families stay out of hunger. Donald Trump even wants to gut the technology neutral clean energy tax credits I authored, which would increase costs for consumers, wipe out potentially hundreds of thousands of jobs, and devastate energy security. This is the hardship Republicans inflict on America, and particularly on people who struggle to get by. And this is how Donald Trump is going to protect his ultra-wealthy political donors from chaos. It's a 1-2 punch. Not only are typical American families facing economic ruin as Trump hikes tariffs and increases the cost of living, not only are they panicking as the market crashes and their retirement savings shrink, now they've got Republicans here in this Senate coming after their pocketbooks, their health care, the food on their dinner table. As I began, it's clear Donald Trump is completely out of touch. He and his advisors don't give a whit about the harm that they're causing to typical Americans. And Mr. President, you don't have to take it from me. Donald Trump literally says it himself. Talking about auto manufacturers, he says, and I quote, "I couldn't care less if they raise prices." After yesterday's market crash, Donald Trump was asked about the tariffs and said, and I quote, "I think it's going very well." Let me repeat that, Mr. President. Yesterday, after the crash, Donald Trump was asked about the tariffs that this morning is hitting so many working people. And Donald Trump said, "I think it's going very well." The Secretary of Treasury is on his own All Is Well media tour. Recently, he said, and I quote, "Access to cheap goods is not the essence of the American dream." I don't know about this billionaire's interpretation, but I'll tell you what's not part of the American dream: getting charged $10 for a cup of black coffee because the Trump administration is too incompetent to figure out a smart approach to tariffs. A few days ago, with concerns bubbling up over what tariffs would do, the Secretary of Treasury said, and I quote, "The reason stocks are a safe and great investment is because you're looking over the long term." The long-term spin is as dismissive as it gets. Try telling that to a 65-year-old who scrimped and saved and was planning on retiring this month, only to see their 401k deflate like an old balloon. Nothing can illustrate how out of touch these guys are more clearly than what Trump said this week during his rambling press conference announcing his tariffs. Listen to this, Mr. President. Talking about shopping for food, Donald Trump actually said it's an old-fashioned term that we use, quote, "groceries." I used it on the campaign. It's such an old-fashioned term, but a beautiful term, groceries. It says a bag with different things in it, end quote. So in closing, Mr. President, it is obvious that Donald Trump has not got the first clue of how the vast majority of Americans live or the hardship they face in the months and years ahead as he wrecks the economy. What's he doing now? He's hobnobbing down in Florida at his private country club resort, where the Saudi government is helping financially with a splashy golf tournament. All the Trump administration is focused on, and this is what he's apparently dealing with at his golf tournament, along with Republicans here in Congress, is passing this bailout for billionaires and corporations while everybody else fears for what tomorrow will bring. As the debate goes forward, Democrats are going to offer a whole host of amendments to put what I believe is a morally bankrupt bargain on full display for the American people. It's going to be a long debate, but it's an important one. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Thank my colleague from Oregon for his outstanding words on this issue. He's one of the experts.
Democratic leader.
Thank you. I thank my colleague from Oregon for his excellent words on this issue, on tax issues and so many other policies, trade and everything else. He's one of our real experts in the entire Congress, so thank you. Now, I thank my colleagues for speaking this morning. We now continue to talk about Donald Trump's assault on American families. Last night we talked about Medicaid, this morning about taxes. Now we'll move on to Donald Trump's dumb and costly tariffs, the Trump tariff tax. After that, we'll proceed to talk about the need to stand up for our veterans and national security. Then on the unprecedented corruption and self-dealing that Donald Trump has unleashed on our government, helping his billionaire friends make money off the government to become richer. And finally, on the existential fight to protect Social Security from the chainsaw of Elon Musk. Now on tariffs, the Trump tariff tax. This week, Donald Trump made one of the dumbest decisions he's ever made as president, and that's saying a lot. Instead of fixing inflation, which he promised to do, Trump unleashed a wave of tariffs that will make inflation much worse. And how do Senate Republicans respond to Trump's tariffs? By cutting Medicaid and giving billionaires a tax cut. That's why he's doing this. Why would he raise the costs on American families by $5,000 as it's estimated? Simply because his very wealthy billionaire friends want a greater tax break. Here's what Chairman Powell just said about the Trump tariff tax. Powell said it would increase inflation and slow growth. And then Donald Trump responded in his billionaire bubble. He asked Powell to lower interest rates. What planet is he on? The non-political, bipartisan, nonpartisan chairman of the Fed says it's going to raise inflation and slow growth, and Trump says lower interest rates. It's going to do just the opposite. That's what the chairman of the Federal Reserve said. And what Donald Trump has created with these tariffs is a brutal pincer move, with American families trapped in the middle. Trump's tariffs raise costs on one side, and Trump's budget cuts rob people of health care, nutrition, Medicaid, more on the other, and it squeezes them in a pincer. You know, there are smart ways to use tariffs, and there are dumb ways to use tariffs. Donald Trump is using tariffs in the dumbest way possible. In fact, Trump slapped tariffs on penguins, but not on Putin. Yep, that's true. He sanctioned the Heard and McDonald Islands, only inhabited by penguins, but he left Putin's evil Russia alone. That's what happens when you have no clue to what you're doing. You fire air traffic controllers and dismantle disease outbreak monitoring, sabotage Social Security and VA and censor climate data, defund public schools, and now declare a trade war on penguins. These tariffs are a massive tax hike, pure and simple. J.P. Morgan themselves, a conservative banking organization, called them equivalent to the largest tax increase since 1998. Everything is going to go up, my colleagues. This is 10% across the board, plus a whole lot of other tariffs. Fruits and vegetables at the grocery store, more expensive. Clothing and shoes, more expensive. Gasoline and new cars, more expensive. Electronics like iPhones and TVs, more expensive. Donald Trump has single-handedly started a financial forest fire. Yesterday, the markets reported their worst day since the pandemic. The Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ dropped 4%, 5%, and 6%. Today's getting even worse because, quite naturally, other countries, including China, and I have no love for China and its policies, well, they put on a retaliatory tariff. We could be going into the greatest trade war in history. We all know that the Great Depression was caused by a trade war like this when Herbert Hoover slapped on these tariffs and the whole world responded. And the Great Depression, which had started, was greatly worsened. Donald Trump seems to have he doesn't even know history. He hasn't learned history, but we could be on the edge of the greatest trade war the world has ever seen. And who will pay the price? The average American family. Because not only will prices go up, but the economy will decline. Already estimates that the recession is more likely than before are upon us. Today's actions by China make a recession even more likely. And the American people suffer all because he wants to give tax breaks to the billionaires. What bubble do these billionaires, including Donald Trump, live in? How could they not understand how this affects American families? He's imposing these tariffs, raising the cost of American families an average of about $5,000. The number's probably going to go up after what China did today, all to give tax breaks to billionaires. The American people are learning this. They're realizing he's not on their side. They're realizing that Donald Trump is not keeping any of his campaign promises, such as prices go down on day one. They realize Donald Trump is betraying the working class, all for his billionaire friends. I yield the floor.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I come to the floor with my colleagues today to echo concerns about the budget process that is pursuing here related to a proposal that we will be voting on that I'm not sure I understand the math. I certainly, when it comes to Medicaid, want to make sure that we are protecting Medicaid, that the House budget that proposed to have $880 billion come out of the energy and commerce portfolio, that, it's basically Medicaid and Medicare. So I don't know how you would get the majority of that money if it didn't come out of Medicaid. I hope my colleagues are not considering any cuts to Medicaid. And I heard from people all over my state last week about what a devastating impact that would be in the central part of our state, where many of our hospitals rely on a huge Medicaid, Medicare population. Hospitals wouldn't be able to deliver services or stay open. So I want to see a promise that we're not going to touch Medicaid, no sleight of hand, no gimmickry, no budget, where all of a sudden now somebody's going to go in a dark room after we pass this and then say, oh, but I got a great idea. Here's how I'm going to save X billions of dollars out of Medicaid. I'm just not for it. When we had this debate before, I heard from Republican county commissioners all over my state when people wanted to block grant Medicaid, and they were basically saying, how am I supposed to run this jail? How am I supposed to take care of these issues in my county if you're going to block grant Medicaid? So again, I hope my colleagues won't do that. I also hope my colleagues won't count revenue from the tariffs. I hope that they're not saying, okay, well, we got a brilliant plan how we're going to give a huge tax break to corporations and billionaires, but we're going to do it basically on the backs of American people who are paying higher tariffs costs today. We don't need that in America. We certainly don't need these tariff costs. And what we are now seeing this morning is that China is imposing reciprocal tariffs. We are seeing a counterpunch from our other allies. And Avaya has basically said, a tariff is a last resort, not a first step in a process. We need to have a rules-based trade regime where you're doing trade that is fair trade based on rules and not using a disruption of the market that ends up costing all of us trillions of dollars, could be, and certainly impacting us. So my state obviously wants to see a more alliance-based approach. We believe in building alliances with like-minded countries. It's very interesting how Europe successfully created a huge alliance. Europe many years ago said, you know, we're better off together. Let's create a European Union. And now they have something like a $20 trillion GDP because they work together in an alliance. Or if you look at the trade deals that we did as a nation in the Bush administration, we did a half a dozen or so trade deals that now represent a $47 billion surplus because we did those trade deals with those countries and we created an alliance. So I just see this worldview differently than what's being proposed today. I definitely think that building alliances, getting supply chains here in the United States, strengthening those alliances are the key to our success. I believe in betting on the American worker. If you bet on the American worker, they'll do the rest. And we do need to help upskill and train, and we should reward them for their upskilling. Right now, I think we need something like 500,000 electricians. That's what the AFL-CIO and Microsoft say. Hardly people that get up every day and get on the same page. But they're saying we need 500,000 electricians. I met a young man in my state who said, you know, you helped us get the workforce training, and he said, you brought me out of poverty. I said, how did we bring you out of poverty? He said, well, I had some health challenges, and literally I didn't even have tires for my car. But a stipend that went along with the program, basically I was able to then get tires, drive myself to another town, get the training for an electrician, to become an electrician. He said, I accomplished that, and now I'm going to buy a house. That's how you got me out of poverty. So that's what we need to focus on. We need to focus on skilling and training the American worker for the opportunities of tomorrow that are here today. And that's why I feel so strongly that we can't ask the American people to pay for a bill that gives away tax breaks to billionaires and corporations by taking money from tariffs that are costing us. I know in my state, because I'm already starting to hear this from people all over, that they are impacted from these tariffs. They could be the largest economic impact in the history of our country, the largest increase, and very regressive, burdensome to households. But here's what I'm hearing from my constituents. A retired woman told me that her stock portfolio, which along with Social Security, she relies on to pay for her living and healthcare expenses, lost $40,000 yesterday. That was yesterday. I don't even know what's happening today. But we have Americans who are like this individual counting on Social Security and that market income for her retirement, and it just got a big hole blown into it because of tariffs. So please do not put tariff revenue in this bill and say that you gave that revenue to corporations for a tax break. I heard from the owner of Fern Seed, a plant and flower shop in Tacoma. The owner said, quote, we work with the supplier of pretty much everyone and every vase that you will ever see in any plant or flower shop. She got she goes on to say, we got notification 2 weeks ago that there's just going to be a blanket 10% increase on prices, increased costs for imported ceramics, going into cut into our margins that we are going to have to pass on to consumers. And with margins of just 6 to 8%, there's not enough breathing room. She continued to say, our employee review cycle is in April, and because of the uncertainty about tariffs, I have to give my employees a small incremental raise instead of a real raise. That puts me under the threat of losing those people that have been with me for 3 to 4 years, which is a lot in a very incredibly small business. And by the way, I don't expect to be paying myself either. That's what I'm hearing from my state. We know that small businesses are going to be hard hit by this. They're resilient, but this is asking a lot. I heard from the president of Distillers Guild and founder from Bravo Spirits. They told me for lots of distilleries in my state, it's 20% of business that's going away, whether that's from Canada or the EU, the two primary markets. So exports aren't a big part of our business, but it's 20%, and that hurts enough. I find this, Mr. President, very real for my constituents. Oh my gosh, I'm so proud to represent the state of Washington. They are a resilient group of people. But in our state, we evangelized becoming exporters a long time ago. We just told people, go do it. You can grow your market. Go take your product and get it sold overseas. And what we find is that a lot of these businesses, somewhere between 20 and 25% of their sales are in overseas markets. So it's a nice little boost to what just the domestic market is. We certainly grow more apples than can be eaten in the United States of America, and we sure as heck want them to be reached to international markets. And I would say the same thing for these distillers. It's one thing to look at the US as a geographic market. It's another thing to look at the whole world as a market. It's amazing. It's an amazing market. And they want to have entry into that market instead of having some aspect of their business being attacked. So people are now holding back on spending. They're not going out as much. They're staying home, and they're going to start cutting back on everything. The opportunity has been taken off the table for export growth, and at the same time, we're getting hammered on day-to-day operation expenses. So they continue to say at this distillery, quote, they're concerned about bars and restaurants and surviving the tourism impact we're going to see during this summer. I'm sure they're saying that because a lot of our tourism comes from Canada, and I know that they believe that that is going to be challenged given what the Canadians are telling us. Mr. President, I believe open markets and innovation are a better approach. I hope that we also don't see any cuts in these important programs on the other side of the aisle that I know have been proposed by DOGE. I can't believe that when it comes to agriculture, they're cutting the ARS programs and research that help our farmers be competitive in addressing issues to get markets open in the first place. We know that we have to continue to fight to make sure that we do get these markets open, and I believe reverse these tariffs because I think that they are having a devastating impact. When it comes to fair trade, we need a rules-based trading system. And that is what the US has led since World War II, creating bigger global opportunity, creating more prosperity, and certainly not leading with a tariff-first approach. So I hope that we will here in our budget discussions think about these hardworking American families that are working so hard to produce these products. I hope that you will think about the fact that many of these people have taken the risk to become exporters, to grow jobs in our state. It was a risk. It's harder to do. No one wants the unknown of what's happening in an overseas market. That's why I also support the Export-Import Bank that made financing of those exports easier. And certainly it makes for the innovation that Americans pull off much easier. I told a story yesterday about Cosmic Crisps. Cosmic Crisp took us 20 years to figure out this apple and to get it produced for the market. It is the story of R&D, work with federally funded research dollars from Washington State University, but that is about producing an apple that once you cut into it or bite into it, doesn't brown. That's an amazing feat. It doesn't brown. That means all of a sudden apples on a fruit tray or use in various things, people decide, wow, not only I like the taste, I like the fact that it doesn't get discolored. So we don't want to see markets closed to our Washington apples. We want to see markets opened. We want the R&D and innovation that has succeeded in growing this market be matched with the market opportunity around the globe. And that is why we were able to get reduced the first Trump administration tariffs on apples that shut us out of a $120 million market in India. My colleague who's on the floor, Senator Klobuchar, and I wish sometimes we had a, I wish we had a little, a Zoom or an app that shows us, but literally she and I got to go to India, and right after an official greeting of Prime Minister Modi, we were standing there in somewhat of a reception, and she and I pounced on him, and the first thing that we did is we started talking about agriculture. I mean, Ed, what was good is that he wanted to talk about agriculture too. That was the good news. That was the good news. But we had a very long conversation with him about opening up markets and why this matters so much to agricultural families across the United States. And he said, we were kind of surprised, but he said, yeah, maybe we need to figure out a new agreement that we need to do together. And when we came back, we were able to open that market not only to apples and to chickpeas and other lentils. It was a partnership that I think is going to continue to grow at a critical time. So, Mr. President, don't try to jam the tax bill with tariffs. Don't try to stick in something that is costing the American people a lot of money. Try to work together as a body to say that this approach to tariff needs to be reviewed, but certainly make sure that we are thinking about the small businesses, the individual consumers, the individual investors who are getting hard hit right now over this. And let's move forward on trying to come together on what will really help make American agriculture opportunity, small business success, opening markets, the main focus of our work. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I'm proud to be here with my colleague from Washington State, Senator Cantwell. She and I both worked in the private sector for years before we got into politics or government. And I learned a lot from representing companies. I learned a lot from representing companies that did work all over the world and got a really good understanding firsthand of the virtues of working with the rest of the world and the virtues of capitalism when it goes well and it is done well. And so much of America's success has been our ability to bring people in from other countries that become our next doctors and become our next police officers, but also to have those customers around the world. 90-some% of our potential customers in America are in other countries. And no better example of that is Canada, which is directly to the north of Minnesota. As I like to say, we can see Canada from our porch in our state. For my state, Canada, #1 trading partner, is actually bigger than the combination of the second, third, and fourth trading partners for our state. Yet this president has been messing around with Canada from the moment he got into office, mocking them and saying they should be the 51st state. I hope that Americans understand the result of this. It is not just the retaliatory tariffs that wiped Kentucky bourbon off the shelves in certain provinces. It's also that tourism from Canadians is now down 70% in our nation. That's not some kind of group tariff. Those are individual people who are so pissed off that they have just made their own decision that they don't want to come to our country. As bad as it is to have booing of Minnesota hockey teams, we're used to a lot of action in our sports leagues. But this is going to affect small hotel owners, small restaurants, cafes, people who run little bookstores. These are the people that come and visit our country and love our country. And international tourists spend an average of something like $5,000 every time they come to America. That money is going to Americans. That is just one example. And I That example just resonates with me because it shows these countries that have been our friends and our allies for so long, whether it is Canada fighting alongside of America in 2 world wars, whether it is the fact that Canada was there after 9/11, they were the first country there to be by our side, whether it is Europe, who's long been our friends. You think of all the Americans in my state, Norwegian and Americans. We like to joke we have more people from Norway than they have in Norway. Swedish Americans. Think about all the people that have long roots in those countries. You think about Japan and South Korea, which he put tariffs on yesterday that were even larger than the rest of the world. He did 10% on the penguins on those 2 islands. But Japan and South Korea, they get even double that at least. Why do that? There are ways to negotiate this. There are issues we have with dairy in Canada that I'm well aware of that could be negotiated, for instance, in the USMCA trade agreement that President Trump had actually negotiated himself in the first administration that I supported. But instead, we see total chaos. So what does this mean? I was on some programs last night, and I could not believe the vitriol from the traders on Wall Street who could not believe how the market ended that day yesterday, and now we see more of it today. And Cramer, who's so really well known, Jim Cramer, for his views on the stock market and trading. It was really, really helpful to listen to all of that. But I then thought to myself, this isn't just about Wall Street. It's about Main Street. And what this amounts to, when you look at what happens with tariff, when you raise these tariffs, when so many of our goods have parts from other countries or from other countries, what does this mean? Well, it's the biggest tax increase on working Americans since 1968. So I refuse to look at this budget that we're debating today just in a vacuum. Because as problematic and horrible as it is that all these benefits, 2/3 of the benefits are going to wealthiest Americans and big corporations, you've got that setting for that budget right at the same time as we see these tariffs. And as I noted about an hour ago, when I focused on this issue of the unfairness of this budget and the values choices that are being made in this budget that are not in favor of regular Americans, I also believe that anyone that looks at these tariffs realizes, you know what, Elon Musk is going to be fine with these tariffs. He's going to lose money. Everyone's going to lose money because of this. You're already seeing with the corporate value. But who's going to be able to afford that and who isn't? Well, the people who are not going to be able to afford it are the people who get by with their paychecks twice a month, the people who rely on their savings and their 401ks and maybe are about to retire or in the midst of retirement, the young people who want to buy their first house are now not certain despite what has been a growing, strong economy with issues of inflation, we know. But now look where we are at, complete self-inflicted wound. On Wednesday, when the president announced an across-the-board tax on all imports, with even a higher tax, as I noted, some as high as 46% on goods from the EU, 20% tax on the EU, right when they've been fighting alongside us with helping Ukraine and taking on the tyrant about Vladimir Putin. Why don't we just throw a bunch of taxes on a relationship that has been growing and getting better and better as we woke up from our slumber from the pandemic and realized we have real allies here. Allies, European Union, Japan, South Korea, when you combine our economy, something like 50% of all that allies, democracies, allied democracies is unbelievable. And you've got Russia at like 1%, 2%, 3%. But where is he putting the tariffs? The most on our allies. Makes no sense. These sweeping tariffs are taxes that will raise costs for everything from medicine and food to clothes and housing. You already see the damage. The impact was immediate. Yesterday, the stock market fell almost 5%. the worst day since the pandemic crash in March of 2020, and today it continues to fall. Small businesses are freezing investments. Retailers, manufacturers, and farmers are in limbo. They were already operating on a small margin. This chaos and this uncertainty are hurting our economy. And it is unclear to me if the White House even knows what they are doing. They literally put a 10% tariff on a bunch of penguins on the herd in McDonald Island. There are no actual humans living on those islands, but they were afraid of those penguins, I guess, and decided that those penguins, who they must view as some kind of economic risk to our country, should be slapped with a 10% tariff. Those penguins probably can't engage in retaliatory tariffs. I don't know, but that is exactly the kind of nonsense and ridiculous chaos we are seeing. So what are the facts? Americans are already feeling the cost of the Trump tariff tax. They're the ones paying the price. Since he took office, wholesale prices has gone up on everything from meat and coffee to natural gas and lumber. That will increase what families pay, this tariff, newest tariff taxes for groceries, utilities, and housing. The average American family, it's going to be $4,000 increase in the cost of living per year. Average price of home increased by $20,000, and the price of an American car to rise by $3,000. Those aren't my numbers. Those are what experts have looked at, and they have to adjust it, of course, every single day when he comes out with a new tariff. So at one point it was 5,000, then 4,000, but that's what we're seeing right now. Again, doesn't mean much to Elon Musk, means a lot to the people in my state. The people I met with on my 14-county rural tour I just took a week or so ago. Small town halls with the farmers union. Heard repeatedly from farmers about how these tariffs, on top of higher input costs, avian flu, of course, weather events, threaten their livelihoods. And that is especially true for small farmers. I heard from small brewers who know that much higher tariffs on aluminum will either cut into their margins or raise prices for customers. And I met with local leaders who don't know if they'll be able to keep pace with their housing goals that they need to keep this economy strong in rural America. People in my state do not want this Trump tariff tax, and our Republican colleagues should be standing up to him. People in my state share the concerns of this broad bipartisan coalition, the retail industry leaders, the American Farm Bureau, the American Farmers Union, the National Association of Home Builders. They have all been, the Chamber of Commerce, they've all been very clear in opposing this. And the chaos doesn't end with economics. President Trump is invoking emergency powers to bypass Congress and launch trade wars. Stand up, I say to our colleagues, stand up and assert your power. This is a dangerous abuse of authority that undermines the Constitution and threatens our system of checks and balances. That's why I co-sponsored the Bipartisan Trade Review Act to reassert Congress's constitutional role in trade policy. Our allies are stunned. After spending decades building strong trade relationships, in addition to long-standing security friendships, this Trump tariff tax is now blindsiding our closest allies and our trading partners. The damage, as I note, is going to extend way beyond farm products and manufacturing. It's also going to be about the vibe, the fact that no one will want to visit our country. They're already canceling their trips. This will have a devastating effect on our economy. And I see Senator Rosen is here, who's actually leading the effort, a very key piece of legislation to take on this and say, you can't do this if you're going to hurt tourism to this extent. As you know, Senator Kaine and Warner and I put forward our amendment that finally got 4 Republicans to stand up with us when it came to Canada. We said this is a false claim about the need to invoke emergency powers when it comes to Canada and the border. And 4 of our Republican colleagues agreed with every single Democrat, and we actually passed that bill. People do not want us to isolate ourselves from global supply chains, to forfeit foreign markets. They want to expand. We want to be a country that makes stuff, that invents things, that exports to the world, not a country that puts our heads in the sand and pretends the rest of the world doesn't exist. And then they all go out and do trade together, and we are here isolated. Our country is a strong country. Our country is a strong economy. And he is going to literally throw away all the gains we have made and these small businesses that have blossomed, all because, I don't know, he said he was going to do something like this. And now he tells us we're in the middle of a surgery and it's just going to be painful. Well, again, for the wealthy, they can get through those surgeries. They can get the special rooms with the nice views and the nice windows. The rest of us, the rest of the people in this country, people who live month to month, this is not the same for them. We can and we should stand up to unfair trade practices. I have been a long believer in targeted use of tariffs. It was helpful with some of our iron mines up north. But what he is doing here with these across-the-board tariffs is reckless. It's going to drive this economy over the cliff. And it is time our Republicans stand up in the United States Senate. We've already had 4 do it and say, enough is enough. Let's do things that help the American people instead of just helping a bunch of billionaires. I yield the floor.
I have to ask you first. Mr. President.
We'll do it again. The senator from Nevada.
Thank you. Mr. President, I represent a state that Donald Trump won in November. And one of the reasons he did was his promise on the campaign trail that he would lower cost for Nevada families. He said this, and I quote, "On day 1, we will end inflation and make America affordable again." And he said, and I'm going to quote again, "When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day 1. Well, it's now been 74 days since he's sworn in, and it's clear that he actually didn't mean any of that. He betrayed the American people, and he lied to Nevada families. Instead of lowering costs, he's done the opposite and imposed policies that have actually raised the costs. 2 days ago, President Trump proclaimed April 2nd as Liberation Day, the day the administration announced the most sweeping tariff hike in almost a century. And just in the last 48 hours, this is what has happened. The stock market had its single worst day since 2020 at the start of the pandemic, and it's on track to match or exceed that loss today. Car companies have already had to lay off hundreds of workers at their U.S. plants, and nearly half of the 60 countries that were targeted by President Trump have already announced retaliatory tariffs, which will only raise prices further and hurt American small businesses, Nevada's small businesses. And all this is before many of these tariffs actually go into effect at midnight tonight. Most importantly, these tariffs, well, they're reckless, and they'll decimate businesses around the country, and like I said, including in my great state of Nevada. I've already heard from Nevadans and Nevada business owners who are worried about how these new tariffs will impact their businesses, their livelihoods, their families, including the founder of a small business in Reno. Wrote to me, I'm going to quote the letter. This is what he said. "We maintain a small production facility in Reno. These duties will force us to raise retail prices by 37%, and we don't believe our customers will accept that. This policy could wipe us out entirely." End quote. They then go on to say, and I'm going to quote again, "I'm not asking for a favor. I'm asking for leadership that reflects the urgency of the reality that we face. These tariffs do not bring jobs back. They raise prices, they punish small businesses, and put livelihoods at risk while making it harder for companies, well, like mine, to do what we've done for 13 years, create jobs, innovate, support our families, end quote. It's not just our small businesses in Nevada that will be hit the hardest. Our families are already being squeezed by the high costs. They're going to see prices go up even further. And let's be clear, these tariffs, Trump's tariffs, they're a national sales tax. From your medication to gas to the groceries you buy, Republican tariffs will increase the cost for goods for hardworking families across this country, things we rely on every single day. Tariffs are also going to increase what you pay at the fuel pump. They're going to increase the price of construction materials, making housing even more expensive. Through his national sales tax, Trump is passing along higher costs to everyone, no matter where you live. Passing them on to everyone. That's what Trump's sales tax are doing. That's what Trump's tariffs are doing. In fact, a nonpartisan policy research center recently found that these new taxes, well, they're going to cost the average family nearly $4,000 a year. $4,000 a year. All while increasing home prices by roughly $20,000 and car prices by $3,000. Where will it end? It makes absolutely no sense. It's just plain cruel to hurt families by raising costs when their budgets are already squeezed. And this also hurts Nevada's local economy. Because when people start tightening their wallets, because prices are higher everywhere they go, we start to see a decline in tourism, the very backbone of Nevada's economy. And we're already seeing the impacts. Domestic travel into Harry Reid International Airport is already down last month, which means fewer hotel rooms booked and fewer tourists visiting the entertainment capital of the world. International travel down in the United States is also down, which is driving our visitor numbers down again, hurting our economy more and more every day. In fact, in the wake of Trump's tariffs on Canada that went into effect last month, bookings for flights from Canada into the United States, they are already down by 70% compared to this time last year. And here's the most troubling part. A recent report estimates that up to 14,000 hospitality jobs could be at risk due to decreased international travel as a direct result of Trump's tariffs. When President Trump was confronted by the rising costs, due to these tariffs, well, what did he say? Well, he said this, I'm going to quote again. President Trump said, "I couldn't care less," end quote. I couldn't care less. That's actually what he said to all of us, to all of you. And that should tell you everything you need to know about where his priorities lie. Donald Trump isn't focused on the American people, on all of us. He's focused only on making himself and his billionaire friends even richer. While everyday families are paying the price, the wealthiest individuals and corporations are going to get more tax cuts, better tax cuts, leaving working families to shoulder the financial burden of his reckless decisions, and they'll feel it every month at the kitchen table when they go to pay their bills, every week when they go to the grocery store, every week when they go to the gas pump, when they try to buy a new home or even repair the one that they have now. This isn't the direction we should be heading. As Democrats, we believe in a fairer economy, one where working families are not left behind. We believe in policies that create good-paying jobs, reduce costs for families, and hold corporations accountable for their actions. We believe in an economy that rewards hard work and makes it easier for the middle class to thrive. We owe it to our constituents, like the Nevada small business owner who wrote to me worried about how Trump's tariffs will hurt him. And that's why we're all here. Because we have a responsibility to our constituents, to our family, to our friends, to our neighbors, to our communities, to support policies, well, that benefit them, and to stand up to policies that do not, policies that hurt them, like Trump's reckless tariffs, Trump's national sales tax. So it's time to put the needs of the American people first. It's time to deliver real relief to our workers, to our families, to our businesses that have been struggling for far too long. So I urge my colleagues across the aisle to stand up against Trump's reckless tariffs, to stop this extreme Republican budget, which will increase costs on all Americans, on all families, on everyone, no matter what zip code or state you live in. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, Donald Trump is ruining the economy on purpose. He is ruining the economy on purpose. I'm not sure if there's ever been an American president, let alone a chief executive of any country, that has ruined the economy on purpose. The stock market had its worst day in 5 years yesterday, and I just checked before I delivered these remarks, just before, 5 minutes ago, 1,600 down on the Dow Jones. The S&P down 5%, NASDAQ 4%, the Russell 5%. What does that mean as a practical matter? It means if you spent all your life working and saving and investing, and you are on the edge of retirement, and let's say you've got $312,000 plus your Social Security income. You just lost 30 grand in 2 days because of Donald Trump. Because of Donald Trump, you lost 10% of what you earned over a lifetime. Now, for Howard Lutnick and Elon Musk and Donald Trump and everybody that surrounds him at Mar-a-Lago, they can ride this out. They can short it, they can buy crypto, they can do all kinds of wonderful things to make sure that they can ride this out. Regular people cannot ride this out. The dollar hit a 6-month low. Layoffs have already started. Consumers are cutting back on spending. And by the way, the data is there, but also just talk to anybody. Just talk to anybody about how they feel about spending right now. And the likelihood of a recession went up 20% in a day. JP Morgan now says it's more than 60% likely. So what is this even for? Why are people so freaked out? Why is the entire world, from friends and partners to adversaries and enemies, scrambling to retaliate against the United States, the indispensable nation? It's so that Donald Trump can raise trillions of dollars in revenue to pay for the biggest tax cuts for billionaires in the history of the planet. Starting tomorrow, we'll be paying more for everything: groceries, food, cars, homes, toys, electronics, everything that you buy. Estimates have home prices ballooning by almost $20,000 per unit. Cars will cost $6,000 more. An iPhone, $250 more. Clothing prices will go up by roughly 20%. Also, what? We're gonna be a textile manufacturer. That's our goal as a country, is to make t-shirts and socks. Workers will be laid off, but I guess it'll all be worth it in the end, because this is a pay for. What does that mean? It means that in their big budget plan, they need to cut taxes for billionaires, but they don't have enough money to finance that. And so they're using tariff revenue to balance out the money that they're going to shovel to a bunch of billionaires. Trump is very famous for having few firm, fixed political beliefs. He's changed his mind about just about everything, but not on tariffs. He's a self-proclaimed tariff man. He's repeatedly said that the word tariff is the most beautiful word in the English language. And for years, he's lavished praise on the 20th century tariffs, which, by the way, helped to deepen the Great Depression. So he's very happy about all of this. Like there should be no mistaking, this is what he intends to do. And this is one of the differences between Trump 1.0 and Trump 2.0. He's doing all the things. He's actually going through with it. This is not mean tweets and like normal behavior. This is all of the crazy stuff he's saying is now being effectuated as public policy, as economic policy, as fiscal policy. He's going through with it. You can no longer be dismissive of these resistance types, these Democrats, these shrills, these partisans, these people who can't keep their head on straight, these people who just want to punish Donald Trump for saying, man, that guy's kind of crazy. He's going to crash the economy. He's literally crashing the economy on purpose. The idea that other countries will just graciously pay the tariffs is a fantasy, much like Trump's claim that Mexico would pay for the wall. In reality, it's American importers who pay the tariffs and then they pass it on to consumers, which is exactly what happened the last time Trump tried to do this. Economists who studied the tariffs that Trump imposed during the first term on certain goods from China found that it was consumers. It was consumers. It was you that paid the price. So here's roughly how it would work this time around. There's going to be math involved here. If these tariffs are expected to raise $6 trillion, as Trump says, that would mean collecting something like $600 billion every year over the next 10 years. Broken out by household, people are looking at $5,000 a year in added costs. I bet you Donald Trump doesn't know anyone personally. Maybe he's met people, but like in terms of the people he hangs out with, that he spends time with, that he likes, that he works with, he probably doesn't know anyone for whom $5,000 is an unmanageable increased cost. But I know a lot of people like that. In fact, a lot of people in my home state are like that. They cannot absorb a $5,000 increase in the cost of everything. And that is before you consider the hundreds of thousands of lost jobs and the devastation of small businesses and farmers and others. One small business owner in Iowa put it this way, quote, Trump's calling it Liberation Day, maybe something like Liberation Day, liberated from reality. A farmer in Kansas agreed, quote, these tariffs are just absolutely bad news. They cause the prices for everything that we buy to go up and the prices for everything that we sell to go down. Everything that we buy is more expensive. Everything that we sell is cheaper. Does that sound like a smart economic plan? It's bad news any way you cut it. But even worse, more confusing, more idiotic, more infuriating is when you look at how they arrived at these rates. These are not actually reciprocal tariffs. Reciprocal tariffs being like essentially country X assesses tariffs in the amount of 15%, so we reciprocate. We do 15% back. This is how they did it. They used a one-size-fits-all formula to remake the global trading system. They took our trade surplus with any given country. So the way you do it to do reciprocal tariffs is country X says 10%, we go back at 10%. What they did is say, let's take our trade surplus, which means what we export minus what we import, divide it by total exports, and then cut it in half. It cut it in half. Why they didn't cut it in a third, why they didn't, do some coefficient other than 50% is like they wanted to keep it simple. I don't know, but it's purely arbitrary. So we have an $18 billion trade deficit with Indonesia. We import $28 billion worth of goods from them. 17.9 divided by 28 is 64. Divide that by 2 and you get 34, which is, surprise, surprise, exactly the rate that Trump set for Indonesia. Half of the differential between exports and imports literally makes no sense. Like you've got a bunch of economists right, left, and center going, WTF. I cannot believe this is bad policy, but also it's like childish math. The White House formula is so bonkers that the same economist that it pointed to as the basis for the rationale immediately were critical and quote, they pulled two numbers out of thin air that perfectly canceled each other out. This type of reductionist analysis is very troubling and scares me, said economics professor Anson Soderberry, whose paper the White House cited. Even their sources are saying, don't use my name to justify this nonsense. Another economist said that the White House had misunderstood his research, which specifically cautioned against excessively high tariff rates like Trump's. Quote, making rates higher is a bad idea for the United States. We use supercomputers to find the optimal tariffs. The Trump administration seems to have taken a bit of a shortcut here. Also, our results suggest that the EU should not be tariffed, and yet they set high tariffs against them. Finally, our range of optimal tariffs is substantially lower than the ones the administration just announced, end quote. So if you can believe it, we're in a situation where economists are using supercomputers to find optimal tariff rates, while the president of the United States is using a formula, and I'm not exaggerating, that a fifth grader could solve. Now, whether it's the signal chat or this formula, this administration's incompetence is on display every day. It's why we now have tariffs in places like Heard Island and McDonald Island, where there are no living human beings, only penguins. Or as the New York Times noted, quote, Trump's decision to put a 32% tariff on Switzerland stunned politicians and business leaders in the Alpine country. Switzerland has an open trade policy and recently abolished all industrial tariffs. It's not reciprocal if they're not tariffing us. For countries like Brazil, where we have a trade surplus, they still slap 10%. Israel reduced their tariffs to zero, still got the 10%. This is not a case of a bunch of Democrats crying wolf just to wound the Republicans. The markets are speaking. They are terrified. And this isn't about a bunch of billionaire corporations and their profitability. This is about the ability for people to pay for college. This is about the ability for people to retire with dignity and comfort. Trillions of dollars of wealth are being demolished. These are everyday people panicked about how much more expensive their next trip to Walmart or to Costco will be, or when they'll lose their job. People are already stockpiling supplies. Shortly after Trump's announcement, JP Morgan described the impact of the tariffs over the next few months like this, quote, on a static basis, today's announcement would raise just under $400 billion in revenue, or about 1.3% of GDP, which would be the largest tax increase since 1968. The resulting hit to purchasing power could take real disposable personal income growth in the second and third quarters into negative territory, and with it the risk of that real consumer spending could also contract in these quarters. This impact alone could take the economy perilously close to slipping into a recession. Now, countries are already responding, so it's not like this is a static situation which can't get worse, because the retaliations are going on. And this idea that, oh, this is just a leverage play. Look, there's 200 countries out there with whom we have some sort of, roughly 200 countries that we have some sort of trading arrangement with. And like, Donald Trump is very unpopular. So asking a leader of a country or a parliament of a country to waive their tariffs at the end of a economic gun because Trump is bullying them, it's like not good domestic politics for them. The best domestic politics for them is to stand up to Donald Trump's bullying, and that's bad for all of us. We're not going to wave our way through 194 trading partners. China just imposed a 34% reciprocal tariff for a 54% tariff on Chinese goods. And in a truly bizarre turn of events, we forced our allies and adversaries to try to find ways to work together. Earlier this week, for the first time in years, China, Japan, and South Korea discussed the possibility of working together on free trade as a response to Donald John Trump. This is the most shocking image, is this red line continuing to go down precipitously. But among the other most shocking images, there's a picture of high leaders from Korea. First of all, Korea and Japan are in a better place now, but they are there have been some diplomatic challenges over the decades and the generations, but they're in a reasonably good place. So just to see them shaking hands is a big deal. But to see them shaking hands, literally holding hands with a high official from China to indicate they're in this together against us. So it is true that Donald Trump is uniting the world. The problem is he's uniting the world against us. Look, there is a real objective here that we've been working on for the last 8 years. And whether it's chips, or it's cars, or it's clean energy, we've actually increased the amount of domestic manufacturing in the United States of America with good industrial policy and targeted trade policy. But this is mayhem. This is mayhem. John Kennedy, the current senator for Louisiana, said it exactly right. He said tariffs are like whiskey. A little bit can be refreshing, can be useful. Too much, I'm paraphrasing, and very bad things happen. Very bad things are happening. In the time I took to deliver these remarks, probably some number of tens of billions of dollars of additional wealth from working people was just wiped out. And I want to make one final point, and this is the most important point. Republicans can and should stop this. With an exception of maybe 3 or 4 members, almost every Republican senator hates tariffs. The question is whether they will stand up to Donald Trump, who has taken this decidedly protectionist, anti-market, super harmful direction. But all we need, Republicans are in charge of the Senate, is for them to exert their constitutionally given authority over the assessing of tariffs. There is bipartisan momentum in that space, but we are not there, because what I'm reading and what I'm hearing is they're willing to give this a couple of months. And let me give you a bunch of free advice to my Republican friends. If you're going to stand up to him in 2 months, do it now. Your people are suffering. People are being laid off. People are about, by the way, most of what is happening in terms of Trump's plummeting popularity is what they are seeing on their screens, but in the next week or so, it's not what they're seeing in their screens. It's what they're seeing when they try to buy something. It's what they're seeing amongst their friends who are being laid off. This is about to get very real, and I advise you, against my own political interests, but in the country's interest, if you're going to stand up to him in June, my God, do it now. I yield the floor.
The senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, thank you so much. I rise to join my colleagues. Really appreciate my colleague from Hawaii's leadership on this topic and Senator from New Hampshire to talk about the pending discussion about the budget reconciliation bill and the vote-a-rama that will start in a few hours. I want to begin by thanking my colleagues for joining me to pass Senate Joint Resolution 37 2 days ago, the resolution that I had to challenge President Trump's Canadian tariffs, a horrible idea, and we were able to get 51 votes in this chamber. It was a privileged motion. Majority was sufficient to pass it, to turn off the Canadian tariffs because they hurt consumers, they hurt businesses, they hurt farmers, and they also hurt our national security by raising the price of aluminum and steel. 35% of the aluminum and steel that go into U.S. ships and subs comes from Canada, the other 65% from the United States. It was an important bill to pass because we don't need to put an additional sales tax on goods purchased by Americans that come from Canada. We don't need to inspire a Canadian retaliation against American products. And finally, we need to send the message we understand that Canada is not an adversary, but Canada is a friend. That bill passed the Senate on to the House. We're already working on the House side to see if we can get it passed there. But today, what I want to do is address not the Canadian tariffs that were announced now months ago, but the new, quote, reciprocal tariffs that President Trump announced on Wednesday in the South Lawn at the very moment that we were voting to overturn the Canadian tariffs. President Trump deemed these tariffs as, quote, reciprocal tariffs, but I got another phrase for them. They are economic idiocy. And I want to talk about why they are so bad, why the policy is bad, and when the policy is so bad and seemingly inexplicable, something else is going on, and I want to conclude by focusing on what that something else is. Mr. President, I went to the University of Missouri and I majored in economics, and I had some amazing professors, and I just want to give them a shout out. John Kuhlman, Whitney Hicks, Walter Johnson, Ron Roddy. I had some amazing professors at Mizzou. I graduated with an honors degree in economics in 1979, and if they were standing here with me, they would say, Tim Kaine, you are my student. I hope you remember what we talked about in these economic classes, and they would point out what I'm about to point out, why these tariffs announced broadly against virtually every nation in the world at the say-so of one person, a national sales tax falling on American consumers at the say-so of one person, why they are in fact economic idiocy. They will hurt our families, they will hurt our businesses, they will hurt our farmers, and all the economic signs suggest that President Trump is flipping the world's strongest economy toward recession. When we were kids, we all learned the fairy tale, I think it's a Grimm Brothers fairy tale of Rumpelstiltskin, the mysterious figure that turned straw into gold. What we are now seeing is Trumpelstiltskins turning gold into straw. President Trump started with the strongest economy in the world the day he was inaugurated. A strong stock market, strong consumer confidence, strong growth rates and growth projections, manufacturing up, infrastructure up, America building again. And in 2 months, his chaotic economic idiocy has turned it around where the American economy, just go turn on the TV right now and look what's happening in the markets. The American economy has nothing but red lights and question marks all over it because of the economic idiocy. Economic idiocy is a strong charge for me. I'm not one to do a lot of name calling, but that's exactly what this is. And let me focus on some examples from President Trump's Wednesday announcement that show how idiotic these tariffs are. Japan and South Korea, two great allies of the United States, We have been working very carefully to deepen the relationship they have with each other and with us, to check against the nation that we all in this chamber and President Trump also views as our chief adversary, China. President Trump, on his Wednesday announcement, imposes a 24% tariff on goods coming from South Korea and a 25% tariff on goods coming from Japan. This is no way to treat a friend. And guess what these friends are doing? They met with China to talk about a free trade agreement. They met with China to talk about how they need to band together to protect themselves from the economic policy of the United States. Japan and South Korea are two of the best allies we have in Asia or anywhere in the world. And the relationships we have had with both nations have been very strong, whether it's military to military cooperation, trade, diplomacy, work together on humanitarian issues, on educational exchanges. Donald Trump's tariffs are chasing Japan and South Korea into China's arms. Idiocy. Here's one, Mr. President. Israel is an ally and Iran is an adversary. I think we could get a 100-0 vote on that proposition in this chamber. Israel is an ally, Iran is an adversary. Guess what President Trump did with his tariffs on Wednesday? A 17% tariff on Israel and Iran, 10% tariff. 17% tariff on our ally Israel and Iran, 10% tariff. What kind of friend is that? How is that as a way to treat an ally? We are rock solid in sending military support to Israel. I helped whip votes almost exactly a year ago on the Senate floor to get a $14 billion defense aid package for Israel. But we're going to put a higher tariff on Israel than on Iran? It makes no sense. It's idiocy. Here's another one. Trump says these are reciprocal tariffs. We are putting tariffs on nations who are treating us unfairly in trade. But he's imposing tariffs even on nations that put no tariffs on U.S. products, that have no trade barriers on U.S. products. Singapore has no trade barriers on U.S. products, but Trump is socking them with tariffs anyway. Israel has no trade barriers on U.S. products, but Trump is socking them with tariffs anyway. Idiocy. Idiocy. Here's another one. Trump, in his rambling monologue on the South Lawn on Wednesday, where he defined groceries as a bag with stuff in it, I was very happy to be enlightened about what groceries are. He said that he was imposing tariffs on nations where the U.S. has trade deficits. So the idea is we're going to put tariffs on them because you're not buying enough of our stuff. We want to penalize nations with trade where the U.S. has a trade deficit. But guess what? We have trade surpluses with Brazil, Australia, Hong Kong, the Netherlands, Singapore, and the UK. So what did Donald Trump do? He put tariffs on them anyway. He said it was about trade deficits, and he's putting tariffs even on nations that are buying more of our products than we're buying of theirs. Idiocy. Idiocy. In Donald Trump's first term, he encouraged American businesses to move their supply chains out of China. And a lot of businesses did. Many American businesses followed Donald Trump's instructions and moved their supply chains from China to Vietnam. And in President Trump's first term, he boasted about that. He patted himself on the back. I told these American companies, pull your supply chain out of China. And when they went to Vietnam, he patted himself on the back about that. So what's he doing now? 46% tariff on imports from Vietnam. Well, that's quite a way to treat American companies that move their supply chains out of China at your request just a few years ago. Some move their supply chains to nations like Cambodia or other nearby nations. Trump socked them all. He socked them all with tariffs, even for these businesses who did move their supply chains at his request. And then we get to something that has been more widely known. Trump putting tariffs on tiny, nearly uninhabited islands. Reunion, the Heard and McDonald Islands, Norfolk Island. There is a tiny French island off the coast of Canada that I will admit I was not even aware of. St. Pierre and Miquelon, 50% tariff on these places. I mean, I will say one thing about Donald Trump's tariffs that's good, and it's the only thing that's good. It's made a lot of people pull out their globe and look at nations that they didn't even know existed. St. Pierre and Miquelon will now have a 50% tariff. Heard and McDonald Islands, a 10% tariff. Svalbard and Jan Mayen, which are actually not even a country, it's part of Norway, a 10% tariff. Norfolk Island, a 29% tariff. Reunion, 37% tariff. Donald Trump at least has inspired interest in geography, a subject that often kids find boring. Okay, so I've gone through these examples of pure idiocy. The tariffs are not designed to punish adversaries, since we are hurting allies and treating them worse than adversaries in many ways. The tariffs are not designed to lower trade barriers, since nations with no trade barriers are still getting socked. The tariffs are not designed to counter trade deficits, since nations where we have trade surpluses are getting socked. So why do them at all? Why punish Americans with a national sales tax, which all the economists say is the largest peacetime tax ever imposed in U.S. history? If it's not to reduce trade barriers, if it's not to punish nations with trade deficits, if it's not designed to punish nations that are adversaries, why would we impose a sales tax on the American consumer, the American family, American businesses, American national security? That's what we're going to be talking about tonight during the vote-a-rama. That's what you will see Democrats emphasizing with amendments that we are offering. These tariffs are not about trade deficits, trade barriers. They're not about the behavior of adversaries. It's about raising money to fund a tax cut for the rich. That's what they're about. Peter Navarro, the president's chief economic advisor, says, and I think this is probably optimistic, but these guys like to puff up the numbers. He says that these tariffs will raise $6 trillion over the course of the next 10 years, about $600 billion, all taken out of the pockets of everyday Americans who are paying more for groceries, who are paying more for building supplies when they do a home renovation, farmers who are paying more from fertilizer because the key component, potash, 80% of it comes from Canada. The $6 trillion that these tariffs will raise all come out of the pocketbooks of Americans who are working hard and who don't want to pay more taxes. But they're going to fork over $6 trillion because of these tariffs. And then President Trump and my colleagues here are setting up a budget where they'll take that $6 trillion and they'll add to it all of these slash and burn cuts that chainsaw-wielding Elon Musk are finding by laying off 80,000 people at the VA or indiscriminately firing veterans in every agency in the federal government. They'll combine the tariff revenue with the savings from Medicaid cuts or cuts to school nutrition or cuts to the Pell Grant program, and then they will take all of that revenue and hand it over to the richest people in this country, many of whom are the richest people on the planet Earth, in tax cuts for the wealthiest. How do we know? How do we know to predict that? We know because that's what they did when Donald Trump was president in 2017. In 2017, the tax bill that passed by a simple majority vote in this body was a big giveaway to the rich, and that's what Trump and my Republican colleagues are preparing to do yet again. The only difference between 2017 and now is this. In 2017, when the Republicans, Donald Trump, gave a tax cut to the rich, they didn't pay for it. It was all on the deficit. They just put it on the credit card for our kids and grandkids to pay. This time, they've decided they don't want to continue to jack up the deficit, although they're likely to anyway. And so they think they need to pay for the tax cut. How are they going to pay for it? By cutting programs that everyday Americans rely on and by socking families and businesses with a $6 trillion tariff tax increase imposed purely to fund a tax cut for Donald Trump and his friends. That's what we're going to fight against in this budget. And in the same way that we succeeded by getting Republicans to vote with us against the Canadian tariffs a few days ago, it is my hope that when we get to the end of this process, we will have some Republican colleagues in this House and the next who will stand up against a president who thinks one man can shatter the economy and impose costs on everyday people to benefit himself and his friends. And with that, Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Michigan.
Madam President, on so-called Liberation Day this week, President Trump imposed sweeping tariffs on all of our trading partners, the size, the scope, and the impact of which have not been seen for nearly 100 years. The last time our nation imposed tariffs of this magnitude, it was when Republicans passed the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act in the 1930s. And when they did that, it crashed our economy and drove the United States further into the Great Depression. It was a history lesson that should never be repeated. Let me say that again. It was a history lesson that should never be repeated. But yesterday, Donald Trump imposed far-reaching tariffs at a rate higher than Smoot-Hawley, higher than it was then with those catastrophic consequences. The history is clear. This strategy does not work and can have absolutely catastrophic consequences. No surprise, the president's tariff announcement sent shockwaves through our economy, dropping markets to their lowest level since the COVID pandemic 2020. Just yesterday, the Dow Jones average dropped more than 1,600 points, a 4% decline. S&P 500 companies lost a combined, this is a big number, $2.4 trillion in value. And as Wall Street opened today, we're unfortunately seeing the market continue to plummet. As I speak right now, another $2 trillion lost. That's quite a record for the president, to lose Americans $4 trillion in 2 days. That's never been done before. That is a record. So let's just get this straight. During his first administration, we know Donald Trump grossly mismanaged the pandemic and tanked our economy then, and it took years for the markets to recover. So now, to kick off his second administration, he's playing poker with Americans' livelihoods, with Americans' retirement savings, and with Americans' hard-earned income. It's clear that what this means to the average American. It means that when you go to buy things like eggs and clothing and new appliances for your home, they're going to cost more. You'll notice that when you go to the store. It's going to be very real. You'll have less money in your pocket, and it's because of Donald Trump. He owns this, because of Donald Trump. If you're thinking about retiring soon, you have seen the last couple days, if you look, your 401k and your IRA retirement funds decimated. And it's because of Donald Trump. There are folks out there right now who are being forced to have real, hard conversations about whether they can even retire as they had planned or Are they going to need to keep working a little longer? And let's be clear, it's because of Donald Trump. But you know, he didn't have to do this. In fact, some of you may know Jim Cramer, a leading voice in financial markets. In response to Trump's decision, he actually said, quote, I struggle for what the president's game plan is, because if you wanted to make the market crash, I think you would go with this plan. He said, it should not be in our country's interest to have the market crash. That's not a hot take. To me, that's just plain old common sense. So what happened? Well, on Wednesday, the country experienced a national sales tax day. In the coming days, weeks, and months, the impact of the president's national sales tax will be devastating. And it won't be our competitors that are footing the bill. It'll be the American people that pay the tax on their groceries, their gas, and all the other goods that they buy. For instance, take the price of a new home. Building a new house requires everything from lumber to steel to concrete, light fixtures, ceiling fans, appliances. And thanks to the president's all-out trade war, imports of every single one of those projects will be subject to the national sales tax that Americans will pay. That Americans will pay. And as a result, the price of a new home has been estimated to increase up to $20,000. Buying a home is already challenging enough for most folks. Putting that additional cost on American families is simply unacceptable. And it's not just homes. Gas, vehicles, groceries, household appliances, all will become more expensive because of Donald Trump. Remember when you are seeing higher prices at the store as you go to the store in the next few weeks and months and you say, whoa, this price is up. It's because of Donald Trump. He owns this. In fact, it has been estimated that the Republican national sales tax will cost the average family more than $5,000 per year. This national sales tax won't miraculously improve trade relationships or bring jobs home. It'll only make it harder for hardworking Americans who are trying to create a better life for themselves and for their children. In fact, and this statement should be shocking, but it's true, Donald Trump is actually prepared to plunge this country into a recession, one that could cost up to 400,000 jobs. And he said it. Just yesterday, because of Donald Trump's tax plan, JP Morgan raised the odds of the US heading into a recession to 60%. And it's likely to go up as things continue. But again, what does Donald Trump have to say about all this? He said he doesn't care. Look it up. It's clear. He said it. And I can honestly say, I do not think I have ever heard an American president say they don't care if we go into a recession. I've never heard an American president say they don't care if American families and small businesses are hurt because of their policies. I don't think any president in history has ever said that, not just those that I've experienced in my life. And what makes it worse is that while Americans bear the brunt of this new sales tax, the White House and Republicans here in Congress are actively working right now to give a big tax break to billionaires, not everyday working people, billionaires. They're going to be increasing the taxes on everybody through this national sales tax. And they plan to do it, among other things, by cutting things like essential health care that Americans rely on each and every day. Now, I will say, I'll step back here. There are instances where tariffs can make sense. Tariffs are, if they're strategic, if they're targeted, they can be useful tools to bringing back American jobs. Certainly, they can be used to combat unfair trading practices used by adversaries like China. And I support those types of tariffs. For example, last year, the 100% tariff we imposed on Chinese electric vehicles. We know the Chinese government is actively working to undermine our national security and our economic success. And companies backed by the Chinese Communist Party are flooding the global marketplace with artificially cheap vehicles that are really actually capable of stealing Americans' personal data, committing espionage, and even manipulating folks on the road while they're driving. It makes sense to raise tariffs on those technologies because they do indeed present a real national security threat to Americans, and they could impact in an incredibly negative way our auto industry. And when it comes to protecting the future of our auto industry and cementing Michigan's leadership in automotive innovation, there's no question that I support taking strong action to bring auto manufacturing jobs back to the United States, to secure a better trade deal for our auto industry, and to make sure that we have a level playing field for American workers and businesses to succeed. But these on again, off again, across the board tariffs, this isn't a real plan. This is chaos. And it will not help us to achieve any of our long-term goals. For tariffs to work, they have to be a part of a comprehensive strategy that actually supports American workers and businesses. They can't just be haphazardly dumped on our trade allies like Canada, whose goods and products actually help us grow our manufacturing sector, create more jobs in America, and remain the greatest economy in the world. Take our auto industry, for example, the lifeblood of my state and the foundation of American manufacturing. The trade relationship between Michigan and Canada is so integrated that car companies cross the US-Canada border up to 8 times before they're actually installed in final assembly. In fact, in Michigan, if Michigan were a country, we would be one of Canada's largest trading partners in the world. Going after Canada will be devastating for Michigan businesses that work hand in glove with our closest trade ally to the north to grow their companies and to create jobs here at home. If President Trump is serious, if he's serious, big question, if he's serious about leveling the playing field and bringing auto manufacturing jobs back to the United States, here's a playbook that he could actually follow. 1, we need to pursue targeted tariffs on our adversaries like China and our biggest overseas competitors to one that we ensure more cars are sold in America, to make sure they're built here in America. 2, we need to renegotiate any trade deals that aren't favorable to American businesses and workers, something that offers far, far more certainty than sporadic tariffs. Specifically, we need to take a look at USMCA, where we have a real chance to address some of the shortcomings and outdated policies of our current trade landscape. Because while USMCA brought back some manufacturing jobs and some job opportunities, it's far from perfect. China, unfortunately, has found ways to take advantage of the agreement's preferred treatment of goods by locating facilities in Mexico. And labor standards, particularly in Mexico, certainly need to be a whole lot stronger. We will have an opportunity to renegotiate this agreement next summer, at times that the current administration actually agreed to when it negotiated this deal in President Trump's first term. And we need to seize that opportunity. But with these tariffs looming like a black cloud over some of our most crucial relationships, I'm concerned we'll be coming to the negotiating table with one hand tied behind our back. And let's be clear, we should look to pursue those types of renegotiations throughout all of our trade agreements to ensure they are advantageous to American businesses and workers. 3, we must aggressively enforce the trade laws that we already have on the books. We need to double down on our efforts to deter trade cheats like China, which requires providing more resources for our federal trade agencies, not indiscriminately firing federal workers. Doing so will allow us to counteract countries that try to evade tariffs, dump their products onto our markets, and encourage transshipment. And finally, if President Trump is serious about protecting auto jobs here in the United States, he needs to end his attacks on the Inflation Reduction Act, plain and simple. Right now, Republicans are proposing a budget that will repeal incentives in the IRA, like the Advanced Manufacturing Tax Credit and the Electric Vehicle Tax Credit, both of which have already created thousands of new auto and battery manufacturing jobs right here in America. To me, that is absolutely unthinkable to end these. Why would you want to put an end to something that is proven proven to be successful at creating economic growth and good-paying manufacturing jobs in our country. It makes no sense. The president needs to put his money where his mouth is and end this tariff charade. The stakes are just too high for American families, for our workers, and for our economy to get this wrong. Madam President, I urge all of my colleagues to say no to the national sales tax. And instead, let's liberate some common sense and work together to make this country stronger. Floor.
Madam President.
Senator from New Mexico.
Madam President, I come to the floor today to raise my voice on behalf of constituents all across New Mexico. Now, this week, all eyes have been on the United States Senate. Millions of people across the country tuned into C-SPAN, social media live streams, and YouTube to watch our friend from New Jersey. We all got to bear witness to the unyielding patriotism of Senator Cory Booker, who rightfully said, "This is a moral moment. This is not about the right or left. This is about right or wrong." So I'm proud to join my Senate Democratic colleagues in pushing back against a Republican budget resolution that is wrong for the people, not just of New Mexico, but every corner of America. Today, Senate Democrats have uplifted the stories of Americans who are worried about the path that President Trump, Elon Musk, and congressional Republicans are putting us on. Folks who feel the pain every time they go to the grocery store, moms and dads who don't know how they're going to afford food next week, grandmothers and grandfathers who are scared that their hard-earned benefits are going to be eliminated. Now, New Mexicans have been calling, emailing, texting, and talking to me from all across New Mexico. I hear you. I see you. Every time I go to the grocery store, folks stop me in the grocery aisles back home and ask me when President Trump is going to start lowering prices. Now, as I was walking over here today, I was surprised to see that while the American people are trying to put food on the table, I see that Donald Trump's out there playing golf. That's what's on the TV screens for all the folks back home that are going to be going to the grocery store or maybe going to a restaurant to see if you can even afford the food that's over there any longer because of these tariffs and what's coming our way. The president should be listening to the people across the country. Maybe he should go into a grocery store, do some walking, talking to folks. Now, one of my constituents who works at a car dealership, a very successful car dealership in New Mexico, said her managers notified the team that they are no longer fulfilling orders in the United States. She wrote to me saying that all of her friends and coworkers are scared of being fired because of President Trump's reckless tariffs. A woman in Cuesta, New Mexico, pleaded with me to help restore the United States Department of Agriculture funding for schools and food banks. She told me that because of high grocery prices caused by this administration, the demands at their local food bank has more than doubled. Another constituent told me that she's ready to retire. Looking forward to it. But she's scared that the Trump administration will continue to take a sledgehammer to Social Security. And I guess that Elon Musk is going to take a chainsaw to it. Unless this stops, she doesn't know if retirement's even an option. My constituents can see the economy is slipping before their eyes. They feel it. and their paychecks are not going as far as they used to. Now President Trump is imposing sweeping across the board tariffs that will increase prices for everyone back home. The tariffs are going to cost you Mexicans nearly $4,000 a year. $4,000 that a lot of folks don't have. Donald Trump's own former vice president, Mike Pence, said the Trump tariffs will decimate family budgets. That's right, the former Republican vice president under President Trump's first term said that the Trump tariffs will decimate family budgets. When the new tariffs were unveiled this week, more chaos and confusion ensued. There was a lot of conflicting information being put out by the White House, I would argue intentionally, different countries on different lists and inconsistent numbers that were confusing, not only to the American people, but to some of our allies across the world. These tariffs will not only cost hardworking families thousands of dollars each year, but they will undermine many of the relationships that America has built and strengthened for decades. The United States auto industry, they cannot afford the 25% tariff already in effect. In Detroit, Michigan, our proud motor city, 900 auto workers have been temporarily laid off as a direct response to these auto tariffs. When household costs skyrocket, it crushes entire families. Forget changing to generic brands and not going out to eat anymore. More families will be struggling to get food on the table, period. Because of the Trump administration cutting food programs, the United States Department of Agriculture and state food programs, there's less fresh and local food for families on the lunch trays of our students. This is also hurting farmers and ranchers all across America. Constituents who've told me that they voted for this president and have now come to tell me this is not what they signed up for. Now, how does President Trump respond when families start to speak up about the rising cost of groceries? The president says, really doesn't care, and he thinks the term, quote, groceries is old-fashioned. I don't know the last time that he went grocery shopping for himself. They're not old-fashioned. It just shows how disconnected he is. He doesn't get it. And I don't think he cares. To sum it up, groceries are a necessity. I just don't understand who's talking to this president. I hope someone gets his ear to help correct that approach to what families depend on every day. Now, my constituents living in rural parts of New Mexico depend on the local grocery store to have food stocked at prices that don't break the bank, if they can find them in rural America. Some folks in the country take it for granted that they have a Whole Foods or a Trader Joe's on every corner block. But countless Americans and New Mexicans need to drive more than 30 minutes, some 60, 90, 2 hours in one direction to find the closest grocery store. When you're living in a food desert with nothing healthy to eat, what else are you going to get? Nominee after nominee that are now part of the President Trump administration ask me, well, why do those folks that live out in rural parts of New Mexico just eat Doritos or chips? What other stores are out there? Go out there and see for yourself. But when this administration and these secretaries choose to cut the food programs that allow us to do something about these food deserts, to be able to get healthy food out there and support more local farmers and ranchers, they just cause more devastation. They're hurting families. And like I said earlier, I don't think they care. I don't think they know. And now, thanks to Republicans and this president, a lot of the things we're eating just to sustain ourselves are getting more and more expensive. Now, a little story about one of these nominees who's now the Secretary of the Department of Treasury. I had a conversation with Secretary Bassat in my office about tariffs. And I told him about New Mexico's incredible food culture, how we depend on specialty imported foods and crops, and some of the things you might find at the local grocery store, or even if you're fortunate enough to go to one of the local restaurants, even one of the local food trucks. I told him about something called guacamole. Most people across the country know it's made out of avocados. It's one of the key ingredients. That's where the story begins. I told him people were already upset that they couldn't get avocados for some of their meals or some of the restaurants. Yesterday, the New Mexico Restaurant Association was in town, and two of the restaurants that were represented, I'm telling you what, they're scrambling right now to be able to find the ingredients that are part of these long family recipes that have allowed their restaurants to be so successful. This is one of them. Now, the secretary said that where he comes from, that they grow a lot of peaches. Maybe we should try that. I don't know about you. I've never made guacamole out of peaches. I don't think it's going to work. I congratulate this secretary on his success. He's one of the wealthiest people in America, probably gets subsidies from the United States Department of Agriculture for the farm that he has, even though he's one of the richest people in America. Talk about not getting it. Now, at a time when grocery prices are rising, Republicans are actively working to dismantle the programs that keep folks with maybe a meal on the table. As soon as tonight, during these late night votes that we're going to have this evening, Senate Republicans will move legislation that proposes to cut up to $230 billion from supplemental nutrition assistance programs. Some people across America know this simply as SNAP, that acronym. 1 in 4 people in my state rely on this program. Many are children. Think about food banks. Think about meal programs for schools. Think about meal programs for seniors. This comes on the back of President Trump and this administration firing the people that deliver Meals on Wheels to seniors, some of which may not even be able to get out of their home, may not even be able to go to the grocery store to get a meal. This president saw fit to fire those people. Talk about a lack of respect and dignity. If $230 billion is cut from a program that feeds mostly kids and seniors, what does everyone think is going to happen all across America, in all of our districts, in all of our states? I'm not the only one that represents rural America. I'm not the only person that represents families that have to drive hours in one direction just sometimes to get fuel or to find milk if they can find it, or find a grocery store. I'm not the only one. I know my colleagues know exactly what I'm talking about, because when I speak to them in private, they share similar stories with me. This is just about common sense, huh? We've got to do better here. And then to boot, my Republican colleagues like to preach about fiscal responsibility. We all know across America that we need to get our fiscal house in order, the federal level. We all know that we need to work towards those balanced budgets, and that we need to find a way to get everything under control, lower our debt, lower those annual deficits. Part of the gimmick we're going to hear and see tonight is that my Republican colleagues are trying to convince the American people that this Trump tax scam, the same thing that happened in 2017 that they're trying to extend now, here's the secret. The program costs over $4 trillion. You heard it correct, $4 trillion. That's how much this thing costs. Everyone knows it, including my Republican colleagues. Why is it that my Republican colleagues are trying to tell the American people, well, after tonight, it costs $0. Doesn't cost a penny. It's going to add $4 trillion. Some argue even more to our debt, to the annual deficit. If that's the case, then why don't our Republican colleagues just say no more debt in America? That's gone too. No more annual deficits. That doesn't cost anything. It's nonsense. It's a lie. It's not true. Don't take my word for it. You're going to see it in the next few hours. You'll see it on this floor. You already saw it in the House of Representatives where Speaker Johnson and House Republicans pushed this through. That's what this vote tonight is all about, everyone. If you've not figured it out, keep a close eye on this because we're trying to open up these curtains, let a bit of sunshine in so that the American people can see what they're up to. Because what they're up to is not right. This is wrong. And my Republican colleagues know better. My colleagues that once called themselves fiscal hawks, let's see if they have the courage to stand up tonight and stop this nonsense. Because there's many of us that want to work with you to be able to get our fiscal house in order. There's this little piece of policy that was instituted during a recent moment in history under former President Bill Clinton. And it was the legislative branch showing fiscal constraint. It was something called PAYGO. It said if you're going to pass a piece of legislation that cost $1, you either had to save $1 in federal spending or you had to create revenue, but you had to pay for it. That's how the American people live. If they spend $1, they've got to pay for it. They've got to cut the budget or they've got to go get another job or try to find a way to find another dollar. Let's work together. But after tonight, when my Republican colleagues to move this nonsense forward, I don't want to hear one of them talking about fiscal constraint or fiscal responsibility because they're about to blow it out of the water. I hope they think about it. I'm praying for you. I hope you take a moment and pray before you come to the floor and vote tonight. Now, from the grocery stores to the doctor's office, the budget proposed by Senate Republicans will hurt families everywhere they turn. A mom from New Mexico told me that she's scared that if congressional Republicans and President Trump rip Medicaid away, she'll lose her son. 6-year-olds should be entering the first grade outside playing, getting into good trouble, getting to know the neighborhood kids, even watching superhero movies, maybe even arguing with siblings about whose turn it is to do the dishes. 6-year-olds should not have to worry about whether or not they're going to get to see a doctor, where the next meal is going to come from, whether they're going to get the medicine they need to feel better so they can do all things that a normal 16-year-old and healthy 6-year-old can do. I know each of us has these stories. Whether you're a member of the Senate or you're just tuning in or you're visiting us today, you all have these stories. The Republican tax scam benefits the top 1% more than anyone else. Look at the actuary numbers. Look at the economists. Look at the facts around this. Don't fall for the nonsense that is coming from my colleagues who are trying to pull the wool over your eyes. Tell the truth to the American people. Now, if you make under $60,000 a year, you lose. Plain and simple. It's not a fair system for Americans. Look, I want my friends across the country who've done well with themselves, who are so successful financially that have made millions or tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. I want them to do more and do better. I congratulate them. All I'm saying is I don't think they need a tax cut. How about we help the folks making less than 60 grand a year, 80 grand a year? I mean, heck, $400,000 a year. How about we agree with our Republican colleagues that let's put a cap there? A few weeks ago, there were votes on this floor that asked my Republican colleagues, can we agree to put a cap at $10 million? They voted no. They said, okay, if that's not enough, how about $100 million? Nope, they voted that one down. So one of my colleagues said, well, how about $500 million? If someone's making $500 million a year, can we agree to put a cap there that says no one making more than $500 million a year gets a tax cut? Surprise, surprise, they voted no. Even the leader asked my Republican colleagues, how about $1 billion? 10's not enough, 100's not enough, 500's not enough. How about $1 billion? If someone's doing so well in America that they make $1 billion a year, can we agree to put a cap there? They voted that down. Out of touch. Today and all through the night, you will hear from a number of my colleagues, all representing different states across America, different people from all walks of life. They're standing alongside me to speak up about the harmful repercussions that this Republican budget will have and the damage that we're already seeing. I urge my fellow Americans, pay attention, get the facts, demand that people that ask for your vote to represent you, that they stop lying to you. Just tell the truth. My Republican colleagues won the election. I understand that. They have the majority of votes in the Senate and in the House. They even control the White House. It's no secret that they want to devastate Medicaid and Medicare, but then my Republican colleagues say, no, we're not going to touch it. We're going to leave it up to the states while they take the federal money away. Don't worry about those supplemental nutrition assistance programs and those food programs that help food banks and help schools. We're not taking the money. We're leaving it up to the states. But these votes are going to eliminate all those dollars so there can be another handout to the wealthiest people in America. That's what's at play. I know my constituents cannot afford to pay for another Trump tax scam. My constituents cannot afford to pay for this national sales tax that is coming our way because of the Trump tariffs. I urge my fellow senators, listen to your constituents. Be honest with them. Understand what it's like to walk in their shoes. Let's work together. Let's find a way to get this done instead of ignoring the parliamentarian, finding some accounting gimmick to get around this. Let's work together. Let's follow the rules. Let's listen to the American people. Let a little common sense come into our lives. Reflect. A little prayer is not going to hurt you. And do the right thing. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Delaware.
Thank you, Madam President. Yesterday, when the budget resolution came to the floor, I introduced an amendment. It's a simple, straightforward piece of legislation that will protect American consumers by prohibiting tariffs that increase the cost of building a house. About 2 days ago, we passed a bipartisan resolution reversing President Trump's unnecessary national emergency on Canadian imports. That's right, our closest ally to the north is now on the receiving end of a senseless trade war. Essential groceries and food products, building supplies, materials that impact our national security, all of these things and more that cross the border are now each and every day in jeopardy. I recently asked the Federal Reserve Chairman, are tariffs a tax? And he said, well, you will pay either the tariff at the exporter level, the importer, the retailer, and or the consumer. And who is most likely to feel the pain? I and most economists believe it is American families and small businesses. When it comes to the cost of building materials, home buyers are going to bear the brunt of the burden. All of this in the same week that the Trump administration said it would shake up the agency that oversees federal housing loans. I wrote to the administration on Monday to get just some clarity on what does shake up mean. And because I believe and I know that this will ultimately mean higher mortgages, and higher rents. At this rate, in just a few weeks' time, the cost to build a home is going to go up. The cost to own a home is going to go up. The cost to rent a home is going to go up, while we are in the midst of a housing crisis. All thanks to reckless policies of this administration with the support of my Republican colleagues. Picture this: you are a young couple living in Wilmington, Delaware. You've been married a few years and have been saving to buy your first home. You were smart. You've been investing with the intention of putting 10% down. You have nearly $40,000 in investments that you were ready to sell to cover your down payment. You are almost there, almost there. That's $400,000 home that you were eyeing, has been on the market for a few months now. But then this administration slaps tariffs on half the world and the market drops. There goes your $40,000. There goes your down payment and your dream of homeownership. Or think of a couple in Dover. They've been living in their home for about 10 years and they're looking to sell it. They've saved up about $20,000 to redo their kitchen so that they can increase the value of their home. They want to update it and then put it on the market. So a new refrigerator, maybe a new dishwasher, update the cabinets and flooring, the works. But with the tariffs, what would have once been covered by the cost of what you've saved now is just a drop in the bucket. A house is made of many imported materials, and these tariffs increase the amount consumers will have to spend each and every step along the way. Let's look at a new build from the ground up and how the president's tariffs will make it more expensive. According to the New York Times, the United States became the biggest importer of cement in 2023. Cement is a key component in laying the foundation of a home. And these tariffs could raise the price of cement alone 18%. Just the foundation increased by 18%. So now you've spent the money to build the foundation. It's time for the framing. Well, the cost of lumber is expected to go up 4%. You'll need exterior windows and doors too. Those materials could go up 11%. Want a roof? Anybody want a roof? Another 21% bump. Siding, 7% increase. How about some water and electricity? Plumbing, electrical, and mechanical parts could cost as much as 8% higher. Insulation and drywall are expected to cost 20% more. Add another 17% bump for countertops, cabinets, and 11% increase for appliances too. These dollars add up. It's a compounding effect and an avalanche of increased cost at a moment where investment accounts, savings accounts, and retirement funds are starting to drain. I actually met someone this morning who was ready to retire from their job this year. And he said, I can't retire. I'm going to have to just wait until the dust settles. For so many across our nation, these tariffs mean more than an increase in price. It can cost them their dreams, their financial future, a literal roof over their heads in a place called home. Now, I'm pretty sure that President Trump ran on an agenda of lowering costs. But what we are seeing here are broken promises and a shakedown of working families to line the pockets of his billionaire friends. When I came to Congress back in 2016, I was driven to serve when I saw a dad and 3 kids in front of me in the supermarket put back grapes because they were $9. It wasn't soda, it wasn't candy, it was grapes. Many times over the years, I have thought about that dad and those kids. I think about them today. And the reality is, this administration's policies are only making it harder for them to make ends meet. I'm sorely disappointed that my Republican colleagues refuse to stand up for their states and their constituents, despite knowing how harmful these tariffs will be. The rest of the world knows. As a matter of fact, it's why we're seeing the stock market perform at its worst. It's a collapse that we have not seen since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. So let's be clear. These 19th century trade policies do not prepare us for the 21st century economy. Instead of a national, well thought out and comprehensive strategy that includes strengthening our supply chains, this administration is approaching trade like they're approaching government efficiency, with a chainsaw, a wood chipper, and a hatchet. It gives new meaning to the phrase, using all the tools in your toolbox. The problem is they're using the wrong tools. The uncertainty being created will in fact stop investments, hurt innovation, and lead to layoffs and less hiring and stunted growth. This budget does not reflect the needs of our constituents or the times. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this budget resolution, and I yield back.
Madam President.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you. Today, the other side is trying to pass, I think, what can only be called an extreme budget plan, very extreme, which is chock full of bad ideas to help pay for their tax breaks, most of which are for the ultra wealthy. They're targeting critical services like Medicaid. They're trying to greenlight a fire sale in public lands, which I've got an amendment on to present later to try and prevent. They're even floating an idea to stick small businesses with the bill for some of these cuts. One idea they've proposed could cap or eliminate the ability for businesses to claim a deduction for their property taxes, which is one of the most common business expenses there is. I mean, bare bones, it would raise taxes on small businesses, these businesses being the engine of our community. Running a small business isn't easy. I know that firsthand. I remember how hard it was when I first opened the Wine Coop Brewing Company, which is Colorado's first brew pub. And we worked long hours, both before we opened and especially after we opened. And we were constantly stressed about having enough money to pay for our rent, our staff, to purchase the foodstuffs that we made into meals, all of our expenses. And I can tell you that having to pay even a little more in taxes would have made life that much worse. It would have devastated us. So why would Republicans on the other side want to make it harder to grow or open a small business? We should be helping entrepreneurs. We should be helping small businesses and not adding to their burden. These proposed changes would also wreak havoc on the real estate industry. Coloradans and Americans are worried about the cost of housing. We hear from people all the time from all across the country about how they work 2 or 3 jobs just so they can afford their rent and their groceries. We need to build more housing, and we need to make rent more affordable. Why would we want to disincentivize new housing construction or encourage higher rents for families or businesses? But that's what happens if you take away some of the basic fundamental deductions that businesses need. And it's just one out of many what I would call reckless ideas to fund these, in many cases, unnecessary tax cuts for the ultra wealthy. Now, this budget comes at a time when small businesses and American entrepreneurs are already under pressure from what I would call the administration's unhinged trade policy. As my colleagues have noted this week, President Trump announced another wave of what we've been calling tariff taxes that will go into effect this weekend and are going to raise prices for Americans all across the country. 10% on all goods from all countries. 20% on goods from the European Union, 24% on goods from Japan, 34% on goods from China. Now, these tariff taxes mean Americans will pay higher prices on pretty much everything, starting with their groceries. Buying a six-pack of Colorado beer, better bring some extra cash. It's going to be more expensive. Filling up your truck, that's going to cost more. Replacing a part on your car, be ready to pay a surcharge. Building a new home, expect the bids to come in, expect inflation during the construction project, expect to pay more. We're already hearing from small businesses back in Colorado. The craft brewers, who I know well, are worried about the sky-high increases in imported aluminum. Farmers are worried about fertilizer and other products they depend on that are getting more expensive. And this doesn't even mention that most of them recognize they need to export some of their food. We grow more than we can consume ourselves. The impacts for consumers are just as bad. Major companies like Target and Best Buy are saying that they will have to raise prices. And even President Trump's own Commerce Secretary has publicly said that these tariff taxes are going to raise prices. The bottom line is that these tariff taxes will lead to higher costs. They're going to hurt small businesses. And I think ultimately they're going to increase unemployment. I don't think that I could find anyone in Colorado that they would say this is what they were voting for in the last election. We should be focusing on helping small businesses, not just in Colorado, but across the country. We should be helping lower costs, not just in Colorado, but across the country. I think we should be trying to stimulate and expand their businesses rather than being forced to shrink them. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Minority Leader.
Madam President, we have discussed already how this budget has such horrible effects on American families by slashing Medicaid. We did that last night. Giving tax cuts to the rich. We did that earlier this morning. And now how the tariffs are such a huge Trump tariff tax on American families. We continue to show how bad this budget is for American families, in this case, veterans, led by Senator Blumenthal.
Madam President. Senator from Connecticut.
I thank Senator Schumer for opening this tremendously important segment of our argument, our case against this budget resolution. I am here to talk about veterans, what they deserve and what they are being denied, what they have earned and what is being taken away. I rise to honor veterans who deserve our accolades for their service and our sacrifice, very often we fail to appreciate who our veterans are. They're members of our family, our neighbors, our friends. My two sons who have served, one as a Marine Corps officer in Afghanistan, the other as a Navy SEAL. They are role models, as veterans of previous generations were role models for my two sons. And they look like America, men and women, increasingly women, different races, religions, backgrounds, national origins. Some are immigrants. And what is common to all of them is that they share a bond. The bond among veterans is unique. And they are increasingly a smaller portion of our population. Less than 1% of Americans are veterans or even families of veterans. And more, they serve in multiple deployments. That's what we've seen over these last wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Multiple deployments, more demanding on them and on their families. We know that families serve as well as veterans. And so the impact of the Veterans Affairs governmental structure, our VA, is more important now, or at least as important as ever before, in keeping our word and our promise to those veterans that we will leave no veteran behind in jobs, in education, in skill training, and yes, in healthcare. The VA Healthcare Administration is the gold standard for this country, and veterans know it. They deserve it. Today, we are in a crisis in veterans care. It's a crisis of this administration's making. It's a self-inflicted wound. It is a bleeding wound. And I am here to echo the commander of the Veterans of Foreign Wars when he asked us in one of our hearings, stop the bleeding, stop the bleeding. In our services to veterans through PACT Act care and benefits, in our VA hospitals around the country, in veterans crisis lines, in programs to keep them in their homes. Stop the bleeding. Already 2,400 have been fired and 83,000 jobs are on the chopping block. VA Secretary has said they're going to go. We're here to sound the alarm and reverse this self-inflicted, ongoing, destructive cruelty and incompetence. I would like to think that it is malign neglect, not purposeful malevolence. But one way or the other, the impact of Elon Musk and Donald Trump, and yes, Secretary Doug Collins, has been monumentally destructive, and it is stupid. I'm going to use a word that I told my children never to use, a four-letter word, D-U-M-B. It is dumb. There is no rhyme or reason to firing 83,000 members of the VA workforce, about a third of them veterans, when at the same time there are 40,000 openings for the same kinds of positions: surgeons, physicians, nurses, counselors, schedulers, janitors. They're all part of a team, and including claims processors for the PACT Act, the Dole Act, and other kinds of benefits that they have earned, and they deserve not next year, but now. There is no sense in firing people for the very positions that the VA is trying to recruit. Makes no sense. We're at a moment of historic challenge that demands accountability. It demands actions, not just words. I understand the notion of accountability may be scary for the president, for Elon Musk, for Secretary Collins. Elon Musk is unappointed, unelected, unaccountable. But Doug Collins was chosen for this job, and he promised to be accountable. He made a lot of other commitments that led me to vote for him. And that was a mistake for me, and I apologize to the people of Connecticut and the veterans of America for that error, but it was based on the commitments and the promises he made at the time. One of them was to be accountable. He has so far refused to answer my written questions and requests, not even the courtesy of a letter back. He is perhaps reluctant to provide those responses when he knows he's on the wrong side of the law. These firings, cuts, and freezes are illegal. He's on the wrong side of the facts. He's on the wrong side of history. And the veterans of America deserve better, and they know better. Instead of coming before Congress under oath, hosting a regular press conference like his predecessor, or attending a town hall open to the public, I've invited him to Connecticut, Secretary Collins hides behind social media and deceitful assurances to veterans. He attacks the media, veterans leaders, members of Congress. What he owes is the facts and action to correct the mistakes that are being made in real time. Veterans know better. They know that the Biden administration was delivering more benefits and more health care to more veterans than ever before as a result of the PAC Act. They know that the care they receive at their local VA hospital or clinic is among the best in the country. They know they can rely on it. And they know that this administration is systematically betraying them with policies that put their interests last, not first, with the goal of saving money, not saving them. They know that that money is designed to finance tax cuts, not for them, but for the billionaires and millionaires that populate this administration and drive this administration's possible. And veterans know that this administration has fired 2,400 VA employees with consequences that are mushrooming in their disastrous impact. We're talking about people in positions of healthcare and disability benefits processing. Now, I know disability benefits processing, that's a complicated, abstract term, but what that means is, as every veteran knows, that the compensation you deserve for injuries you've sustained is not just some hypothetical check in the distant future. It is now because it's needed now. It's not a promise that a year or 2 years from now, you'll be getting the benefits that you've earned and you deserve. It's right now that you need those benefits to put food on the table, to pay rent, to finance education, to pay for your kids' clothes. And the reason is that often our veterans with disability or veterans who have retired need that money to simply stay alive. The health professionals who save lives every day, the schedulers and support staff who connect them to the care and services they need, and the claims processors who were producing at historic levels as of 3 months ago. I am disappointed to say a lot of them have been fired. The cuts in funding, the freezes on hiring, the firing of the VA workforce has direct human impacts on real people in real time. And I'm disappointed that a number of my Republican colleagues, so many of them, are seeking to minimize or diminish the human impacts of these cuts in funding freezes and firings. But the human impacts are what trouble me the most. These heartless cuts, freezes, and firings are heartbreaking. We held a shadow hearing just a day or so ago where we heard from people whose lives have been upended, not just their lives, but those they serve. The human impacts of the firing of, for example, Shanice Mundell, an Air Force veteran, illegally fired after starting a new position in the Office of Personnel Management, confirmed DOJ's fire first, aim and analyze later. That's apparently their strategy. Elon Musk has taken it over and weaponized it. She said, quote, "A lot of people get confused when they say OPM is the one that's doing the firing. It's not OPM, it's DOJ. And they're doing it, and they're just going under the guise of being OPM." End quote. She also confirmed that no one from DOJ ever reached out to understand her role or the role of her office at OPM, helping retired Postal Service employees with health care and benefits. Her termination was announced in a pre-recorded video. She'd just been promoted because of her exemplary performance. And in that new position, she was provisional. She was fired. Maybe it was an algorithm or an AI formula, because she was provisional. One of our best and one of the first to go. Makes no sense. Similarly, John Kamens, another of the mass probationary terminations. We heard from him and some of his colleagues that they were no longer needed. Really? Before he joined his team at the United States Digital Services in 2023, his role was vacant for nearly a year due to the lack of qualified candidates. And there are live postings for the exact positions he and other fired colleagues held. Now, his role was to protect the privacy and integrity of data in the VA system. Nobody's doing it now. The VA will be recruiting for it, but they've just fired him. These are real life impacts on real people, and veterans know it, and they are telling the administration that they know it. They are telling the administration, our freedom was paid for in blood. Have some respect. Remember our veterans. Remember those human impacts on the world-class researchers who are doing work on mental health and substance use disorders among veterans, they've been terminated. Openings for new clinics that have been delayed because the VA cannot hire the necessary staff to open their doors. Our colleague from Virginia told us about the Hampton facility that has been delayed because of an inability to fill those positions. VA mental health staff are being forced to conduct counseling sessions while in open cubicles, putting veterans' privacy at risk. Service lines at VA hospitals and clinics have been halted. Beds and operating rooms at VA facilities have been suspended. Support lines for caregivers have been reduced. Veterans Crisis Line employees have been fired, and suicide prevention training sessions have been postponed or canceled. And just yesterday, the Secretary of the VA announced he will be canceling the VA Servicing Purchase Program, known as VASP. Everything in the military, the VA, has an acronym. This one is the Veterans Servicing Purchase Program, and it will be canceled at the end of the month. What does that mean? This program helps veterans experiencing severe financial hardship avoid foreclosure and stay in their home. It currently serves roughly 15,000 veterans. Like everyone else in this economy, veterans are encountering financial hardship and tough times. They need to stay in their home. We don't want them to be homeless. Veterans' homelessness is a scourge that is unforgivable in the greatest country in the history of the world. This program enables them to avoid foreclosure. The VA is canceling it. Housing's more unaffordable than ever before. Veterans are losing jobs across the federal government. 83,000 from the VA alone. Thousands of others from other agencies because the federal work